Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 263. Since I've got some problems with Google code here, we'll see how it goes. Looks like they may have changed it back to the old code again. Maybe they got my complaint. Although I've got no preview window coming up. Here we go again. Susan out there. Well, you don't want it early in the morning. I don't think Susan's in the house. What's Renee gone and posted there? Just having a couple of biscuits before I start my breakfast. Great. It's like doing an early morning university class. Hello. Good to be back. It'll probably take a couple of hours for my brain to kick in though. No hardcore swearing on the side, misspell things, so you have to be civil to everybody. And let's have some fun. I assume it's working alright, I didn't check the audio. There's so many other problems occurring here. I don't know if the counter's working now. Or do I have to switch it back to the old ones? Why things can't stay constant in this Google world, I don't know. Well, just be with you in a minute though. Let's see. I'll just do the call bell intro anyway. While I finish off this biscuit.
Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all time. Hey UFO peeps, this is Corbell, the greatest UFO filmmaker of all time. Since filming with Bob Lazar, I have had to change my identity to Jimmy L. Dummo. You can call me Dumb for short. I did this super great movie called The Skinwalker. But really it was 99% Nap's work repackage. Hey. Anyhow, I just have to shameless plug the best UFO channel on the web, the Out There channel. So show him some support. Just simply giving a thumbs up for a like on today's show helps a lot, in posting comments on videos and watching some of the older videos. And if you're loaded with cash and like to help cover costs and buy new gear to keep the channel going, I show you how to find the links now. Visit his About tab. There you can find his direct PayPal for one-off payments, or his Patreon to be a monthly supporter from as low as $1. And if you like his cool logos and funny artwork on a tee or hoodie, there's a merch link. I love that back graphic for Black Ops logo, recently added. Also watch out, a moderator in the side chat will post some quick links for you and other useful stuff from time to time during the live events. See ya later, UFO and alien fans. Dumpty do dumpty pay.
Yep, there you go. Now I'll just do my welcome all new users to the channel, and the subs keep going up. There's Pinky's cousin, Mr. Green. I wonder if he's part reptilian, that one. Yes, so, and there's the blue-eyed greys. They're the cousins of Pinky. As Susan's nicknamed my alien head. I notice it's not really capturing it like I'm seeing it here, though. I think the mic's just a wee bit out of sync with capturing the desktop image. Not too sure how I can get around that, but yeah, it's not too bad, I suppose. We only got 3 watching, or is that fake stats? We'll have to find out, I guess. Looks like it's fake stats again. Says we got 5 people watching here. So it looks like I might have to get rid of the Google rubbish again and go back to my backup plan. I always have to have backups because we're dealing with idiots called coders for Google. So I have to use the API, which seems to be functional still. So I have to use a third-party package for that, unfortunately. So it adds more CPU, unfortunately, but we'll see how we go. So that's looking a wee bit better. 4 likes already. Cool. I guess they'd like the core bell intro there. So yeah. Who we got with us? I better type my welcome message. Welcome. So yeah, my little add-ons do help when I'm sort of a wee bit behind there. Don't know why I'm so behind today. I should have had lots of sleep. It's like everything's slowing down. Maybe I was abducted in the night. I don't know about it. What is it? 263 here. Pools, Saturdays, or sets, video analysis, and topics. I've been muted. I just had an idiot on one of my videos calling me a stalker, and yet they're commenting on my video, and they've blocked me for stalking. Me replying to them on a comment on my page. That's funny. Another mental from Security's fans. Yeah, he's got some nut jobs following. No wonder he's getting death threats. It won't be from Lions Ground, it'll be from his own mental group. Especially the ones that find out that he's been bullshitting them for 10 years or whatever it is now. That guy is just all the thing they're interested in. They're not interested in UFO truth. So we got to... The further he goes, the better for the UFO community. I have no problem with him starting up another channel called Your Favorite Cats or something like that. It'd probably be more popular than UFOs if he tried it. Could you imagine him walking around with his P1000 and actually filming cats fighting each other and jumping over fence and annoying dogs? I suppose it'd be popular. But anyway, I'm still yet to create extra things for my control panel here. I still want to do that flying UFO go across the screen with the 2 jets chasing it. So still lots to do, not enough hours in a day, not enough energy. Oh, where's my stats disappeared to? There we go. So you can see the stats have been going up still, despite me being a stalker and a hater and all that sort of business. So, Plex. I had to argue with such a lonely fellow just 5 minutes ago. I know it's ongoing. You try and convince people to watch the stuff and they just won't watch it. It's like they can't have their world reality broken because they then will melt down. It's like telling someone that religion's stupid. They just can't accept it because they've been growing up with it, right? They don't see it as a control of their lives. You should be free of everything, right? If you want to believe in stuff, go ahead, but don't have to go to a church and donate money to other psychist. Or what's the word I'm trying to say? Snake oil salesman. You've seen those Christian TV networks they have in America. It's just absolutely appalling. It's a money making machine. But yeah, if they believe in church and all that sort of stuff, it's sort of going to conflict with believing in science and, of course, extraterrestrial life out there. So what happens is some people end up in conflict because their faith doesn't allow to have aliens in it. So they end up leaving the church, right? But they still have this England to be Christians. That's typical of Earl Grey. Sorry, mate, but you keep saying you're a Christian, but you left it because they didn't accept aliens. So, you got to give away. I think you got to give away religion and sort of realize that you can live without it. Because I certainly have, and I'm a nice guy. I'm not some evil, crazy guy that's sending threatening emails to everybody like a certain nice guy they call Tyler. I've seen the emails that he's sending out, and I've seen his gang of thugs thinking they're clever. But they're the most dumbest people I've seen. Some of you have probably seen some of the stuff I post in the groups anyway. So yeah, what are we doing today? So I want to have a look at this other clown. This guy keeps spamming Tyler's post, trying to build up his channel. And you can see he's grown quite a bit in subscribers here. And you should know that when someone posts only real UFOs, you should delete it straight away. You know it's going to be BS. And it's a horrible green color. Kind of makes me want to vomit already. Green, somehow, I think it's meant to be a bad color for mentalness. That's why they have pink rooms or whatever it is. Blue rooms. Green is this horrible color. It's not my favorite color at all. But yeah, let's just have a look at some of the garbage this guy's putting up. I think he's just like another UFOman. Which we're actually going to look at UFOman later, probably again. So let's see, strange UFOs over St. George, Utah. I wonder if it's the balloons that they filmed on Skinwalker Ranch TV series. So let's have a look. Let's just readjust this. So I haven't looked at these. These are all one-off now. This detailed description. He didn't have a disclaimer saying that none of it's true or whatever. So it looks like he's not doing any video analysis, right? There's no plane finder, no information whatsoever. And I'm not sure who's changing the colours, but that's not sort of helping, is it? There'll be some sound on that, but I can't hear it. a UFO dot in the sky. Ugh. So yeah. So this is why these people get done for copyright, because they don't actually do fair use. They just go around asking people if they can use their video footage and put it up. So the reason why he's got away with it is because it's a MUFON case by looks of it. So where's the case number? Is the good question. Where's the case number? So, what is he doing? Repackaging MUFON cases without any analysis? Let's have a look. Where's that one go? So I want to see what this guy's all about, because where did it open it to? Oh, there. I better pin those. That puts it in front, you see. Oh, that's better. Okay. So where's it gone to? The main page. So yeah, no case number. Straight away a red flag for UFO channel. What do we got down here? Best UFO sightings filmed by me. So he's a sky watcher that believes everything he films. Okay. More footage. Advertising. That's what playlists are for. But you don't stick it in a comment like that. That's terrible. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't look too exciting, this one, does it? Kind of looks like it's going to be balloons. I can see two there. Maximum zoom. You notice how it's got that little black edge around it? That's compression artifacts. And that one sort of looks the same. You'd have to enhance it to see if it's really black on the outside. Like I figured out with that panda bear of Ollie's from Alien Attic. Well, we didn't really need the original video, but we'll just do a quick zoom of that one there. So yeah, he can put it up and get lots of views for it, and I'll do the actual analysis on it and tell you what it really is. That's how it normally works, guys. I'm the underdog. I don't make money from this. And I have to kick my brain in to do it as well. So what are these people saying? Cool. Better undo that super soon. Filters added nothing to it. Multiple UFOs. Yeah, cool balloons. No wind direction, no analysis whatsoever. 21,000 subs, that's just ridiculous. 3,000 views, so he would have made a couple bucks out of it. Still, it's shocking. Let me just open up my folder here. Haven't had time to set it up. Screen shots, and that's not. Still trying to drink here as well. I'm back to drinking tea, of all things. Oh no, another update. Well, I can't install that during the live because we're seeing what happens. Install when I exit. Yeah, no. What's the options? Defer to later. No, there was no option for that. There we go. Looks the same as the super zoom. I don't think we're going to be able to do much with it. Someday someone's going to film a really good UFO and it'll be legit. And then we probably won't get to see it because the FBI will be onto it. Well, something will happen. It'll get corrupted or something. You know, the usual story. The government wanted to see it. National security. I suppose they can claim it as theirs, can they? Can they come into your house and take your video? I suppose they can in America. They can do anything. Patriot Act. Got to take that for terrorists. So yeah. UFO. So is it a body of a panda bear this time? I don't think so. I think it's just all constant around the outside. So that's the brightness. And sometimes you can see a shape pop out. It kind of looks like it's forming a particular shape and brightness. Almost looks like one of those star balloons popping out. Okay, let's see what the color swap gets us. It could be a heart-shaped balloon. So it reckons it might have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5 points. It looks like a pentagon balloon on that one. And you can see the artifacts that are popping around it there. So you can see straight away if that was a flying saucer. It's certainly not looking like a solid craft anyway. Alright. So all this around here be compression and atmospherics. But you can see there it's not looking like a solid spherical craft after all. And it's more likely to be either a deflated, a wee bit deflated balloon and it's crumpling in around the outsides, or it's going to be some shaped balloon. So what's the other one on the screen here that we can get down the bottom, is it? Looks like it's further away. Not sure if it's going to be worth doing that one, it's just too small. So this is his crazy filters. Now how's that going to make it easier to see it? It's pointless, absolutely pointless. No, that's a Jason Gleaves type idiocy, right? No zooming in, because if you zoom in it might actually give some details. So how much did they move by? Where is it in that one? One there. Where's the other one disappear to? Can't see it anymore. That means that maybe it's flying towards the camera and the sensor hasn't detected it yet. It's just out of sensor range on the sensor of the phone. It's obviously spinning because you can see here it shows up for a wee while and then disappears from the sensor. It's like it's caught in an air current there and it's zipping around quite fast. I wonder what's the location. Does it tell us? Would be good to have a case number on that one. Nellis Air Force Base. Doesn't mean it's not a balloon though. Could it be a shape of a jet? I suppose 5 points does make a nose, 2 wings and a tail fin, doesn't it? One of those tail fins of F-15 or something. Not F-15, F-14, F-18. Could it be 2 jets? That's just out of range. So yeah. Or balloon just caught in an air current there, just sipping around in circles. But hard to tell. Could be 2 fighter jets just out of range. Balloons or planes? Balloons spinning around in circles, so it's reflecting light sometimes and then not. So that's the stuff you need to focus on, not filters exactly. You need to zoom in and slow it down. So it could be more interesting footage than what he's showing there actually. But I don't think it's UFOs. Why would someone stop filming it after a few seconds? Maybe because the balloons popped and disappeared? Or the fighter jets took off in the other direction and the sensor couldn't detect it anymore? So that's the questions that we've got to keep answering. Is if it was UFOs, why would you simply just stop filming it? So what are we saying on the side here? Yeah. Who we got with us? Did Plex go, did he? Not everybody's into looking at UFO videos and trying to get to the grips of them. MK Ultra. You're talking about their gang of thugs that threatening people to remove copyright or stop talking about them. Susie to anyone, how's it going? Chris, how's it going? So this is the more interesting stuff, not looking at debunking UFO channels as such, but actually looking at the videos and the videos they claim to be UFOs, and see if you can see if back it up, right? And so far we haven't. Right, you're still here, cool. Not everything's going to be about a particular UFO channel. It's going to be about other UFO channels. Like today, it's going to be a wee bit, but hopefully more about what they're promoting. So here's one with a chemtrail. Let's have a look at that one. Hey, is Lions Ground put up a video? Now, what's that? No, is that looks kind of a bit like Lions Ground? What's that one up there? I don't know who he is. Kind of looked like Lions Ground there for a minute. Anyway, it's about time he put out a video. I think people are waiting to hear what he's got to say. So he's put the MUFON case description up. Again, must be a MUFON. But I bet he's got no case number, is he? Yep, no case number. That's pretty bad. You should always put the case number up. But you probably could search on it on the description there, I guess. Let's have a look anyway. Chemtrail or contrail is what you want to call it. It's really mostly going to be made up of obviously condensed water. As the jet engine sucks in the air, makes it super hot, and of course when you get up to those altitudes there at 30,000 feet, it's ice cold. Further up you go, the colder you get. So yeah, they'll have some jet fuel mixed in, the leftovers from combustion. So I suppose you could say it's a chemical trail of some sort, but it's going to be mostly water vapor. And again, we got one of these famous little white dots again to look at. And let's see if it does any right angle turns or anything. It's disappeared again. Out of sensor range. So what happens is a lot of these Mylar balloons float around, and when the jet passes and it heats it up with obviously the jet engines passing by, and then they suddenly pop into view, especially on, here we go. So what movement is them? What movement is the object? So it needs to be stabilized really. So the object's disappeared now. It is 1 pixel. And there was a bug that flew past then. See, we got no reference points, so we don't know what's movement of him, or whether that thing's actually moving at all. What's that? Is it the moon? No, a jet flying past. I think it might have been a jet. Let's have a look. A plane, a plane. There you go, it looks like a plane. Super zoom. There you go, a plane. You can see how fast it's moving towards that chemtrail though. Contrail. I should stick to contrail. I'll get in trouble. Google will have a Wikipedia up saying chemtrails have been debunked. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you've seen Geekcraft's video yesterday where he sort of had a video taken down that he was debunking 5G, and still the dorks that operate on Google there took it down, saying it was against their rules. Because he's not the official fact-checking guy. He was debunking the nurse that was saying about 5G and virus or something. I tell you what, the system is so broken, it ain't funny. It's probably the same guy that deleted Lions Ground's channel over copyright. So where's the thing gone? This is really good filming, isn't it? So is the object I hear somewhere? I can't see it anymore. Oh yes it is. Okay, he's got it centraled. Kind of looks like a balloon again, doesn't it? So it's probably going to be a weather balloon, because they fly at those altitudes, right? Pilots see that the weather balloons passing by quite regularly. This one normally put radar reflectors on, so the control panel can track them and tell them to avoid. So I'm not sure how they can claim that to be a real UFO, really. It's just ridiculous. Why can't these guys be honest and put in the work, right? So let's just grab something like this and actually see what this one looks like. But you can see how bad that plane looked. We're not going to be able to get it really good, I don't think. Did I grab it? It's got to be in that little box. We'll just try to get better. My nose is blocking up now, so if I sound like a stuffed up person, you'll know why. I've got to breathe through my mouth at the same time as I talk, which is a pain in the bum. Of course, you get these polyps that grow inside your nose, and which block up the air rays as well. As you get older, apparently, which sounds pretty terrible. Polyps are like little tumours, like skin tags. So yeah, like a fatty tissue, I suppose, similar to what dogs get. Let's see, resize. Okay, so it looks like similar to what we just saw, wasn't it? So far, it's probably got some motion blur on that one, and also some stretching off the image. Crap. What a load of rubbish. Give us some real footage. Hey look, it's starting to look like a number O balloon actually. And you can see here the contrail. It's got something strange happening there. Looks like it's twisting two things together. And that is probably going to be artifacts, compression. But you can see here, it's not a straight line. But what is this thing up here? Computer's clugging a wee bit. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this one. Some balloon of some sort, I'd say. If it was like, if we had some like ground reference or something reference to it, that would have made a lot of difference to what speed it was doing. Yeah, this computer's clicking. Still looks like it could be a weather balloon. It's got that sort of shape happening there. Probably have to get another cut of it. See if it's still got that constant shape happening. With a balloon being tossed around and the air currents there. That would be one of those high altitude ones probably. So it's slowly going up. Because it went past this and it was over here at some stage, wasn't it? So, now where's it gone now? There it goes. Out of sensor range. You see how quick that plane's moving there. Yeah, it looks like a balloon drifting in the sky, doesn't it? The plane was more exciting to me there. That's crazy. So fake now. Looks like it's moving away. We'll see what other interesting videos this guy puts up. Looks like he's whamming up anything from MUFON. And he's not doing any analysis. So I think MUFON wanted to stop that actually, which will probably ruin what we can do as well. They wanted to make it all unpublic, which is against their rules. Because they want to present the cases rather than other channels doing it. I think Earl was against it at the meeting, clamping down more on the database. Apparently some people didn't like their case being public, which is kind of strange, even though their details are not public. You can see here, that little circle doesn't look like a circle anymore. Still looks like it's elongated. And there you go. Still looks like it's a high altitude weather balloon going up. It's probably nowhere near where the plane contrail was. Just looks like it because it's a two-dimensional image. Look, could even be a payload further down here. Look, we get some other image popping up here. Some pixels of variant color here. Probably the payload with a radar reflector happening. We'll just keep that one there. Go back to the original image, which I haven't got here. Damn. I'll just make a bigger cut of this one. Let's see. I think we've just seen the payload there. Damn nose. What we got? It's going all right considering. My overclocking is helping a wee bit. How's the audio sounding? Alright, it's not corrupting. I haven't checked the side. If you want to get my attention, do the out there channel, and it will sharpen red on the side, and then I know you want to get my attention quick. So yes, do that. Where's the thing? Why can't I see it? There it is. Okay, there you go. So that's a expanded view of the same thing. And it's merged a lot of pixels, your blue sky, into different pixels. But there does seem to be something hanging down here. Even if it's a couple of pixels, that just gives us a clue. And we've got some atmospherics happening around the balloon here. It's definitely a balloon shape. So I think we can move on from that boring video and say it's a weather balloon, that one. Hey. I will send to the email. Yeah, we don't normally broadcast the email though, because evil people start spamming it. That's why Google puts it behind a click, what do you call it, a click wall, where you got to click on it and say that you're not a robot. You saw Robert. I tried to be on the live stream and my comments weren't showing. I assumed they had blocked me on the Martin Willis Show, but my comments have suddenly reappeared the other day after I complained to Martin, saying, "Have you blocked me?" He didn't reply, but oddly enough my comments started reappearing again. I'm not sure if it's Google or them or what, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Alright, how's it going, Charles? I saw you there. I haven't got time to read all these. I suppose Susan will let me know if there's something important there. Yes, we're not going to get through the material. Okay, so what's next on the playlist? Let's see if we can find something a bit more interesting. Strange lights in the sky, California, and we've got a band of lights. What's that tell you straight away? A string of lights in the sky, military exercise near the coast of California. See, you decide. Well, we don't want to decide. We want you to tell your expert video analysis that you do, Mr. Real UFOs, to tell us what it is. Put likes under. Yeah, give me likes, give me views, give me cash. Okay, so let's carry on. While in a spa. Some people are living it up. Color and placement. While watching, a second light appeared next to the first. Oh yeah, this kind of sounds like a flare drop, doesn't it? Then after a few seconds, a third one and a fourth one suddenly appeared out of the blue. I grabbed my iPad and began filming at 4. At 4? What's he mean by at 4 o'clock? It means the fourth one to show up. The video over 6 minutes. It shows the line of hovering lights. So I bet they go out one by one before the 5-minute mark. Okay, so let's keep on watching. Here we go. Filmed the wrong direction. Kind of looks like a illumination flare drop to me. Blinkering. In fact, it kind of reminds me of the fake UFO footage that Third Phase of the Moon were doing from the mountains over there. Or, well, is it a mountain range there they have overlooking the city? I think it probably is. Remember, and it was turned out to be like reflections of a piece of glass off the house lights, and they were saying it's really happening. And he asked his brother, "What do you want to make a comment on it?" And he says, "I don't want to comment on this," which is kind of suspicious straight away that he didn't want to say what it was because he knew it was faked. And then they deleted it the next day. So we didn't get to see him drop, I suppose. So a lot of these will go out before 5 minutes, which proves their flare drop. Could be skydivers doing an event over this thing, but normally they start forming patterns, don't they? They always seem to have one that leads the other. Here's another one being dropped. So they're not going to stay up there more than 5 minutes. I suppose that one will be the first one to go out. That'll be the first one dropped where my cursor is. This is kind of boring though, isn't it? I suppose we need to speed it up. Oh, another flare drop. Exciting. Is that one fading now? The very first one? Shows you the distance that must be away. It must be not over the city itself, but way out to sea, I'd say. Because the plane travelling along still, right? And it's dropping a illumination flare, which is probably meant to be tracking, putting up fallen missiles that may be fired at them. There's no one being dropped. Hey look, the first one's going out. Well, it's getting dimmer. And it's going. And the next one's starting to fade. Phoenix Lights. Flares drop. Exactly the same scenario. So they had a mountain range, which you don't see in the footage because it's so black. And so some of the lights disappeared behind the mountain range before they faded. Which had a lot of us fooled at the time, because people didn't do the video analysis of lining up the camera angle to a daylight photograph, which is what you do when you properly investigate, and it's killed it as flares straight away. Here we go, another one going out before 5 minutes. Generally 3.5 minutes, a lot of them last 5 minutes maximum. So yeah, that shouldn't be up on a UFO channel, unless you're going to use it as an example. Slowly going out. And of course the signature of the 5 minutes just proves it beyond doubt. I should be downvoting all these. Okay, what's going on, Google? Oh yeah, so what else we got? Triangular UFO. Okay, let's have a laugh at this one. I bet the lights are not even constant displacement, right? So it probably formed different triangle shapes. Here we go. Oh, this one's a fake. I think I recognize that. This one is photoshopped, I think. There was this one on. Looks like 3 spotlights and a reflection in a window there. I think it was on Scott Brando's page. He said it was CGI though. I'm not too sure. Is it filmed through a car window here? Doesn't look very crisp, does it? Looks like it's going through a window. Can we see any dirt on the window? I think that's 3 lights, not even evenly spaced, right? Which is what I said. And why has he stopped filming it? Where's the rest of it? If you had a triangle flying overhead, you'd film it until it fades away. Again, no analysis done. Just misleading people. You decide. It really annoys me, this. It really does. Filmed the wrong direction. Definitely looks like it's going through glass there, doesn't it? Is that like a double layer glass effect we're getting there? What's that there in the distance? Looks like it could be something on the glass there, is it? What's that little blob? A very tall pine tree, maybe? What do you call it? Like a banana tree? What do you call them? Palms. Just trying to look for any clues that it's going through glass. I think it is going through glass though. There was something strange that happened there for a minute there. For a few seconds. So I don't think we'll waste much time on that one. Hang on. Oh. Okay. I was just asking if I want egg and bacon sandwich. Seems like the regular diet around here. You sort of get sick of the same thing though. But it is a stable food. It's better than going hungry, that's for sure. Been there, done that. Bright ball of light hovering over. Okay, so that one looks familiar too. So yeah, how many of these videos do we have to do on this, guys? Now, before we call it another BS channel. Yeah, what do we got? MUFON, is it? Nope. Promotion. Promote. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Looks familiar though. Oh, come on, what is it? Looks like a balloon, come on. Straight away, way it was moving there. It looks like a weather balloon being released. And what did we work out the other day? That they raise up about 11 miles per hour. But that one looks like it's still tethered to me. That's an advertising balloon, isn't it? This guy needs to be slapped. He's got to know what it is. Yeah, and I bet we don't see where it disappears to, right? Probably there all day long because it's a advertising balloon. Why don't you get in the car and go and see if you can get closer to it, mate? It looks like he's in the car there, though, doesn't it? Looks like the edge of a car window. Only real UFOs, guys. I don't think we need to waste time on that one. What do you reckon, Charles? It's terrible, isn't it? So, who out there disagrees that it's not a balloon, advertising balloon? Renee, why are you talking about Phil Snyder on our channel? We've already debunked him many times. Yeah, we'll just keep on looking. And then we'll move on. Hey Joe, how's it going? But it doesn't move. It's nothing impressive. Yes, they do have solar lights on them. Like they do have LEDs, and you can put like a solar cell, a little tiny solar cell, on them at the very top, which you don't see, which just keeps the lights going. It makes it sort of glow at night time as well, so it sort of attracts people. They think, well, what's that? UFO, and head towards it. They are bright white, a lot of the advertising balloon. Advertising balloon. The blimp ones are the nicer ones, I think. Add helium balloon white. There you go. So it'll be something like this. You can't see the ropes underneath it. And they can put logos on it if they want to, but we didn't see one in that video. But you can see a lot of them don't have any advertising on them. Of course, you get the sun reflecting off white there as well. Yeah, they're quite big. You might remember the one that was around the valley in California there that broke away from a e-cigarette corporation, and the helicopter was circling it. That's exactly the same. There's one that's more of a tear shape. 2-meter diameter white round balloon. There's another one. Rubber balloon. So not too exciting. Okay. No, it only looks like it's shiny. It's because the sun's reflecting off it and it's making it overexposed to the camera sensors. But they do have lights that detect as the sun goes down, and they turn on the LED lights inside. Because what's the point in having an advertising balloon if you can't see it, right? At night time. Another dot in the sky. Another dot in the sky. Another dot in the sky. Dot, 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 dot. Okay, that one there we know is a fake one from Mr. Is it Tim? Or Jim? I always forget which one it is. From Dr. Greer's one, which we've debunked already, is it? Well, it kind of looked like the same thing anyway. Is that the one with the drone footage? It is, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? That's the one from the Greer movie. You can see how it's rotating there. A drone with some LEDs. And not moving like a UFO. So, let's see. Why don't they say the guy's real name? Because we already know what the real name is. Why doesn't he say it's on the Dr. Greer movie as well? Unless it's identical drone as what the other guy filmed. It's possible, I guess. Just proves it is a drone. Not sure if it's the same guy or not. You're gonna tell me that's a drone, aren't you, Joe, on the side? I don't think it's worth wasting time on that. Oh, there you go. Hey, Joe agrees. Okay, what else we got here? We've got a bright object. Another bright object. Contrail. We've got a smoke ring. Which happens when you get a transformer explosion. We'll come to that one. Let's have a look at this one here. Is this the International Space Station balloon? Let's find out. So there's no app supplied. No plane finder, no flight radar, no heavens above. This one looks familiar too. And we can't keep it still. Filmed the wrong direction, okay, of course. So it makes it really hard to keep it in the center if you film it that way. It looked like it was low enough down to be the space station passing over, and if it's under 3 minutes, which the video footage is, kind of suggests it's probably going to be the space station, but because they ain't using the app, aiming it at the sky to discount it. Although the app can be 10 minutes behind, some people said. So I suppose it depends on your internet connection, right? So where's it gone? Yeah, it looks like it's moving pretty fast, doesn't it? In the sky, low down. Where the International Space Station would be. Where is it there? Up the top here, is it? It could be a plane. Of course, we got no apps, no information there. Russia one. I'm pretty sure it was International Space Station. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one before on UFO interest page. So what's the next one? The smoke ring. Why would a smoke ring be a UFO though? Oh, hang on. What's going on here? So the smoke ring might actually be out of focus. Ah, yes, it's going to be out of focus or whatever the object is. So it was not actually a smoke ring. Yeah, it's out of focus. And it forms a smoke ring pattern because of the optics. Oh no, no. Something going on here. It looks like it could be a number O UFO balloon. I mean, well, a letter balloon. Is it rotating and twisting? Someone's put some LEDs in it. That's what it looks like. Well, at least this guy's done a wee bit better at filming it. Give him credit for that. Somehow I don't think there's going to be a UFO mothership or UFO. Unless they fly around with big holes in the center of their craft. Yeah, it's not doing anything amazing. Yeah, so that looks like a number balloon. With LEDs. Maybe rotating and on it. Looks like it's twisting around in the air current, so it's probably going to be like a lead alphabet balloon. Alpha. Again, there's no analysis there of the apps, but we can see clearly it's not going to be a balloon, a regular balloon, and it's not going to be a aircraft or skydivers in this case, or flares. Alphabet balloon. Of course, you can buy the LEDs and put it inside any shaped balloon you want to. But let's see if I'm correct. Let's see what we got. Illuminated letters. Here we go. These ones have got little dots inside. LEDs in them. Various colours. Looks pretty cool. So I guess there's a letter O that you can get as well. Cheap lead alphabet letter, custom inflatable letters. Wonder how big they are. Size can be customed. Okay, let's see how big they go. They sort of had these lights that were going around, and that's right. I want to see a video of it, really. Doesn't say it's inflatable, but doesn't say whether it's helium. I suppose you could put helium in it. Doesn't say much information. Oh, what's this one? Oh, right, here we go. So they got this right through the middle here. Where's the size? Size. I don't see the size. The Chinese can make anything nowadays out of plastic. Here's a big ring. They're doing archways. See what else we can find. Not too much popping up here. Pretty much the same. There's the one I'm looking for. That one there. Looks very much like that balloon there. On the side view of it. You see here, it's like it's spinning around. You can see it tumbling, right? There it's towards us. Then it's rotated around. Starting to rotate around, and the LEDs are lighting it. It's sort of twisting there. And it's flipped over. Still drifting through the sky. You can see almost the inside edge on this one here. And because of the low light, it's not detecting it as a solid thing. You can see here, it looks like it's lost some inflation. This enhance it, get image. Oh, that's a really good side view. So now you're getting all the LEDs shining the light towards one direction here, so it's a lot brighter, you see. So what looked like a smoke ring, it wasn't in the end. There you go. Look, you can see the LEDs almost the frequency of them blinking on and off, right? And it's spinning, rotating. It's out of focus still, unfortunately. There you go. There was a good one there where it was almost whole. You can see it twisting here. The number O is sort of twisted in the air current. So whether it's a hoax video where they threw up a LED number O balloon, we don't know. Maybe I won't bother getting a snippet of it. I can't seem to get a decent image of it. And it's that there would have been a good one. I think I'm correct. Okay. Let's keep looking. What did you guys think on that one? Multicolour one. Yep. LED armbands you can get concert. Yeah, but why would it be floating in the sky, you know? Unless you attach it to a helium balloon and it's actually on a string. Mr. Emoji Rene's here going, posting letter O and other characters. Yeah, plasma. No, I don't think so. A plasma ring? You're talking about a lot of high energy there if it's going to be a plasma ring. And to keep that shape for all that time. Of course, we don't know if it was slowed down footage as well. What do we got here? Bright red UFO drops a smaller orb. Often these are balloons that are joined together. Is that the one that Jason Gleaves did? No, it's filmed the wrong way too. What are we looking at? A cluster flare drop is my guess. Red flare. It looks like one, but it's probably multiple ones. They have parachutes and they use it for targeting. So the plane flies by, shoots them, then shoots the parachute and one falls down. I wonder if that's from Ukraine or Russia. Does it tell us? Belgrade, Serbia. That's Russia, isn't it? Or Ukraine. It's over there where they're fighting. Let's see. Who's good on their maps? Oh yeah, it is plugging in. Google stats all wrong still. It's good to see that these ones are working, the backup ones. Not as good. Because it doesn't include Super Chat. Why Google have to keep breaking things, I don't know. Serbia, so how close is that to the Ukraine? Let's zoom out to space. Romania, Hungary, Austria, Greece down the bottom there. I know there's something going on there, isn't there? Slovakia, yeah. Romania, Ukraine. Could it be on the border here? Probably be in range still, would it? Seen from afar? I don't know. Definitely they do exercises out to the water, I know that much. Best place to target practice. But yep, Ukraine, Russia. So yep, they're targeted flares, that one. So there'll be either a plane that we can't see, taking pot shots at it, see how many they can hit. And of course, they don't last more than 5 minutes, and we can see that footage there. Doesn't show what happens to it. So could that be on the border, far away? Sure, could be, but I think it's more likely to be out near the coast there, depending on which direction they're looking. Over the sea. So what do you think on that one, guys? You think I'm right? But you can see multiple the camera. I tried manipulating at the airport. What are you talking about? Not too sure what you're talking about there. I'm not talking about my one. Would I have time to analyze Albert Dapper photos? He's just emailed you on your show. Generally, I like to look ahead a wee bit before we put it onto a show. Normally, the next show we do, so we can get all the facts together properly. Else it ends up being like what we're doing now, with half the facts, right? Where the images are coming from. So I've already spent over an hour on real UFOs, and I haven't seen a real UFO. And again, it just looks like mostly balloons to me, different shaped balloons. Look at that one there, that one there. Let's have a quick look at some of them anyway, and then we'll move on. Oh, Texas. Susan, you should need to get out there with a camera and start filming some balloons. Or some flare drops, anyway. Do you get you had planes fly over your house recently, didn't you? You put it up, didn't you? Kind of looks like a flare drop, that one. Maybe. Looks like it's doing a shake there, though. Where's it out of focus? Is it more than 5 minutes? Nope. It's only a couple of minutes. Well, let's see the super zoom. Let's see what we can see. Oh, come on, bring it in. Okay, looks like it's got some smoke trail to it there. Yeah, nice pretty pattern, but still. Is it like a group of flares dropped? It's a bit hard to tell at this stage. Or is it some weird shaped balloon again? Seems to have a flash into it, like it's LEDs or flares. So where did it disappear to? Why would you stop filming it? So it's a red flag straight away. Looks like a smoke trail coming off it there to me. Going through the clouds, maybe. Let's go back to the beginning. You see it's far away and it's filmed the wrong way. Do you see stuff like that over your house, Susan? Military exercises with flares? Where's it gone? Is it like a cluster of balloons that are rotating? And what looks like a smoke trail could be the LEDs and the balloon illuminating the cloud cover. They do have a lot of balloon releases in Texas because they have a lot of weddings there, because churchy people and they believe in getting married. It's a bit hard to tell. I suppose what we could do is do a screen grab of it, and if we get one where it's in focus, I might be able to see the individual balloons. See, it looks like it's spinning around. Could be a balloon. Yeah, bunch of LED balloons. I think I will do a screen grab of that one. Well, I think we'll move on. Here's another one here. He should call his rename his channel Real Balloons. Robert Bingham. Okay. Stabilized this time. I wonder if he did it. Oh, look at that colourful display there. Okay, looks like a spinning colourful LED balloons again. What are we looking at though? That looks like it could be a drone with LED lights on it, is it? What do you reckon on that one, guys? Could it be a top of one of the buildings, like a casino? Like antenna tower. Someone making a fake video, they know exactly what it is. Sort of thing gets submitted to MUFON, of course. What does it say? He saw it as a kid. Yeah, I don't think so, mate. Drone with LEDs, so someone reckons it's a drone. Drone up the top there, toy drone. I'm not too sure on that one though. It could be top of one of these things they have on top of buildings for advertising casinos and stuff. Or nightclubs, right? Could be like one of those lead balloons that they release that's tethered above the building as well. But UFO, I don't think so. It was a fairly good footage there, but where did it disappear to? You know, you don't simply just stop filming it if it's a real UFO. Ah, they reckon it's a Christmas tree. Could it be a Christmas tree top? That's very possible. It looked like it could be something on top of a Christmas tree. One of those house displays, you know. What's the date on it? See, this is what I mean. We're only getting half the information. Have we got a date on it? Denver, they reckon. 2020. Thing, is it moving or is it sort of stationary? Oh, rotated then. But did he twist the camera? I don't know. Someone lives in Denver and knows there's some lights on top of a tower or something that makes that pattern. If you're watching, post it down the side comments or in the comments to come once the video's processed. Yeah, I don't think we need to waste any more time on that channel. I don't think he's got any real UFOs on there. But yeah, he keeps posting, come and see real UFOs on Tyler's page. I'm surprised he hasn't been flagged, really. More chemtrails, balloons, balloon passing a plane, plane coming towards us. Let's have a look at that one. Like I said, he's probably got hundreds of these up. They're all pretty much the same. There it comes, a plane coming into land or flying away. Oh yeah, good footage, mate. Okay, could it be a drone with LEDs on it? Why is it zooming in and out like that? Again, it looks like a drone now, doesn't it? Just hovering there. That looks like a drone. Four-bladed one. The other blade we can't see out the back. I think that might be the other viewpoint of the other prop going out that way. So what looked like landing lights on the thumbnail of a plane, it was actually a drone. Oh, I should have looked at what the comments were on that one. Okay, let's scroll down. They didn't film long enough. Bingo. It looks like a plane, yes. But is it repeated footage? Is it sort of played around with? Military plane. I don't know. That guy reckons it's a drone quadcopter. Yep, I think he might be right. Drone. Yep. So another guy that's doing something similar is Area 503. So this guy. I think he's misleading people here. and he's making money doing it, unfortunately. This movie on... So I wanted to talk about this guy here. He was on Martin's show. He started off really good. He's a PhD guy though, and he started bringing up black holes and dark matter and stuff. And then he sort of lost me. So I'll just play a clip what he was talking about. Was it when he was doing his thesis at university? I'll just play a clip, and we'll talk about black holes and Big Bang and what the problems they don't tell you about it is. They only tell you things that they think there's a conclusion or confirmed. They don't tell you the problems with it. Right.
Was on earthquake lights, which I
Okay, let's just scroll it up.
to be in the universe and how to understand physics and engineering. The ability to travel between the stars. It's clearly is very, very hard for us to imagine how to do this, and so
is that loud enough?
So that tempers your enthusiasm a little bit, but but I always appreciated the fact that science studies things that are controllable and reproducible, and that's really where the power of science comes in. And when you are studying something that's not reproducible or you don't have any control over, it's extremely hard to do. And I think back to a time when I was at NASA Ames and I was doing research on studying planetary nebula, which are clouds of gas surrounding dying stars. We had a local poster session of just presenting our research that was funded by the center. And my poster was next to a poster from a gentleman named Friedman Freund, and his poster was on earthquake lights, which I at that point had never heard of. And so I we're standing around talking to people about our research, but when your poster isn't busy, you wander around and look at other people's. So I remember I was looking at Friedman Freund's poster and started asking him some questions and asking about earthquake lights. And he said, well, very often when there's earthquakes, people see these orbs of light appear, and or you can see jets coming out of the ground of light, and these things aren't studied. In fact, most people don't believe that they're real. At the time, the general belief was that people in earthquakes were panicking and hallucinating. And I thought that was kind of amusing. I thought, well, you can't have everybody hallucinating. It's kind of silly.
Exactly.
And his whole take on this, his research was trying to understand where these lights could come from, and he was proposing that stress in the Earth's crust would put huge pressures on quartz crystals that would then act as piezoelectric crystals, giving you large electric fields, which could ionize the air and create these lights. And I thought it very reasonable explanation. It hinges on the question as to whether rock can effectively conduct current at those potentials, and that I just didn't know, and that's what he was actually researching. So I thought it was pretty interesting, and so I asked around some of the other scientists, and I said, "Yeah, did you see the poster next to mine? Is kind of interesting. What do you make of that?" And everybody really poo-pooed it. They were all, "Oh yeah, that's Friedman Freund." He was I think in his 60s or 70s at the time, and everybody pretty much said, "Yeah, he's been going on and on about earthquake lights for years, and he believes that they're, created from stress in the Earth's crust, and it's really all just nonsense." And that was pretty much everybody's take. And I was kind of disturbed by this. I thought, but he could be right. Right. It's a plausible explanation. We just don't know much about conductivity of the Earth's crust and these sorts of things. And then I pointed out, if it's true, then what that means is you could probably detect earthquakes before they happen by measuring electric fields.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody goes, "Yeah, I suppose, but we all know that earthquakes aren't predictable anyway," and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, we've been told that because nobody figured out how to predict them, but he might figure it out. That's interesting. So I always remembered that, and I was always kind of disturbed by people's reactions to his work. And it wasn't until, maybe, 2015, just a couple years ago now. I think there was an earthquake in Chile and Japan where they captured earthquake lights on security cameras. And so now, actually, if you Google earthquake lights, you'll see articles about earthquake lights. And who are they interviewing? Well, they're interviewing the only expert in the world on earthquake lights, who's Friedman Freund. This one guy who had the guts to study it, which I was really impressed by. I thought that's really interesting. So when I did encounter the possibility of studying UFOs, I thought, well, this is going to be risky, and people are going to have mixed opinions. Scientists especially are going to have varying opinions on this, not all positive. But as long as I research this carefully, like I would any other scientific topic, and then I don't see what I'm doing wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's hard for anybody to really criticize me. I mean, they may try and they may succeed to some degree, socially, but I think this is a good path. And
so I actually like that guy. He's actually pretty good. He's doing basically what I'm doing, looking at things and coming up with ideas. And I talked about the quartz crystal and the skinwalker arch, creating the piezoelectric effect and ionizing the air, which creates a glow in the atmosphere around the mountain. But but he's still caught up in what I call the modern cult of scientists that just won't give away the Big Bang Theory. They've got to keep trying to prove it's correct and ignore the errors in it. So if we find where he talks about Big Bang, so he was saying that the LIGO don't matter. And talks a bit about it. Okay, we'll just go to here where he's talking about dark matter and dark energy.
That we don't know something about gravity or something else that makes us think that there is dark matter and dark energy out there? I mean, do you think could be a flaw in the way we're looking at things, or do you think it's actually
Definitely
has to be something?
I think the situation's very delicate because we have a great deal of evidence that there's something amiss with gravity, and that at the moment it appears that the explanation that there's other mass out there that we don't know anything about, invisible mass that we don't know anything about, appears to be the most plausible explanation. Where I would urge caution is the fact that we have several different pieces of evidence. One is the bullet cluster and the behavior of the visible matter there, and you have other situations as well. We have made the assumption that those are all representative of the same phenomenon, and it's possible that they're not all the same phenomenon. There could be, we could be wrong on many points. There could be a kind of matter out there that we don't know anything about, dark matter. It could be that we are also wrong about gravity, and it's not a binary situation. And I think that that's something to keep in mind when you go forward in these directions.
Most people that have your background are pretty solid on the Big Bang Theory, and I would guess that you probably are too.
Yeah, I am pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there really can't be, as far as we can figure out, there can't be any other answer for how things begin. But it's still, if you really dissect that, it's how can something start from basically nothing type of thing. It's a bizarre situation.
At that level, it's a bizarre theory. Even as a theorist looking at this, it's bizarre that you could have, this whole universe come out of a quantum fluctuation.
It's because it's bullshit.
I guess I would worry that any other quantum fluctuation happening could create another universe at any time. You know, what that might do to this one or not. You know, you worry about these things, and because it is bizarre. The facts that, you know, there's a lot of evidence that gives you faith in that theory, though, and that's, you know, the fact that, you know, the universe is expanding. You run it backwards and it will contract, right? So it came from something that was much more compact. That's clear. You know, you can calculate the expected amounts of hydrogen and helium and other elements in the universe, you know, from the theory, and those do agree. I was talking to another physicist today who's looking at data from LIGO, and where we found that there are a lot of black holes out there, which is really surprising to me. And
so he's surprised, right? So he's starting to question
that from one of the phase transitions that you get from the Big Bang, that you can relate it to quantum chromodynamics. You can actually estimate the masses of these primordial black holes, and the estimates come out to be about 25 solar masses, which is what we're finding, you know, in the data from the new gravitational wave detectors from LIGO. So,
wow,
you know, so there's a lot of evidence that we've got a lot right about the Big
Blind me with science. Or they could be just looking at the results because they want it to be true, and it could be another explanation for what they're seeing, of course, which I've covered lots of times before. So what's the problem with all this? So yeah, it's a really good interview. I kind of actually like the guy, but he is hooked up on some of the stuff out there that they get taught in university, obviously, where you have to believe in Big Bang, as you called a fringe scientist nowadays. But we'll just go over what's the problem with Big Bang again. Martin talks to Kevin, a PhD. So it's good that we're getting PhDs interested in researching UFOs. That's the plus side thing here. He said some really interesting things here, but he does go on, starts talking about other stuff, and sort of breaks down a wee bit. So it sort of got more boring after this point. And I thought, oh yeah, it's just parroting what all the other scientists are saying, rather than keeping to his thinking that he was outside the outer box thinking that he was talking about earlier on, about quasi crystals and piezoelectric effect and all that sort of business. So I'll just close that down there. So let's just go through this stuff here. So he talked about, if you don't understand how the Big Bang works, let's just sum it up really quickly here. I'll just draw a diagram. What they're saying is how the universe was made. And when you look at it, it's just absolutely crazy, and it's really a creation theory, right? It's not. It means that God had to create the universe rather than the universe being God theory. Creation scientists, as they call it in the Bible, right? Verse. Oh, that'll do. So they're saying. Let's see, how can we do this? They're saying that the universe didn't exist. What is it? 40 billion years ago. And it sort of come out exploding instantly in all directions from a singularity, which means like a smaller than an atom. all exploded out this little hole. My mate calls it, is it the butthole of God? Because he foo-foos it all. So it explodes in all different directions. Going this way. Where's the rotate? I think you get the idea though. Where's the grab handle gone? No, that's not it. Damn stupid thing. Hey! That should be it there. Oh yeah, so yeah, explode in all directions. And it formed the universe in an instant. So we're meant to believe that it come from a starting point. Damn. And exploded into the universe as we know it. And created time itself. So it created, yes, expanded, and it's still expanding, which they claim. And it's going out from all around us. So it makes us at the centre of the universe again. Which is kind of highly suspicious as well when you think about it. It's expanding all around us at equal, so-called equal speed. Does that make us at the centre of the universe again? It fits in with the Christian belief system. In fact, the Big Bang was actually invented by a priest, the Big Bang Theory. What do you call him? A Catholic scientist. So, yeah, so how can it expand instantly to 14 billion years in no time at all? So it just come out of a little hole and instantly expanded. In micros of a microsecond, and then it started forming suns, all the mass. It started creating all the atoms, all the mass of hydrogen. And hydrogen formed helium and condensed it into suns and started making all the other elements. That's what they believe is how the universe was made. Rather than that, that universe could be a big sphere, which is I've talked about previously, and it could be expanded, and it could also be contracted and expanded just like a balloon. But they believe it comes from a single point. But there are problems with that theory, quite a few actually. So let's go back to it. Is it time to dethrone the Big Bang Theory? So we got this guy here, I'm talking about it. So I'll just read out a chunk of that while I eat this sandwich here. We'll see how it goes. Looks like I'm going to need to paste that one into the reader though. And then see what he has to say, and you can see we got problems. We got one of these sites that detects ad blocker, so I can't use the reader. Damn it. Where's my thing? Oh, yeah. I hate this stack thing, it's just rubbish. I'll give you instructions. Please help. Quality journalism. Yep, we'll help you hide all that shit. See if it gets around it. It may not get around it because you have to be on the fly hacker. Yeah, looks like they got it dimmed. So they got some filter over the top. Probably won't be able to get around it. It won't let me even scroll now. Let's make it bigger. I have to disable ad block. What a bastard. Stuff like this makes me really angry. Yeah, looks like it might be still loading. Maybe that was a problem. There we go. Alright, just doing something crazy in the background. You piece of crap site. Now, that's why I like Brave. Gets around all that nonsense. Because they've got the ad blocker built into it. If only they could add a reader into one of the options. It's still loading, believe it or not. It's all the ads they're putting on the page, look. That's why they want you to disable. That's just ridiculous. Quality journalism annoyed by ads. Good one, guy. Oh, well, let's see if it works.
In cosmology, the Big Bang Theory is king. It wasn't always that way, but over the years the evidence has mounted and, for the most part, astronomers are convinced it's the best we have. So why do many people hate it? Black holes, invisible dark matter, and the idea of the cosmos being born in a millisecond defy plain common sense.
That's what I just talked about. And yet the scientists believe in it.
Frustrated by people telling them how to do their job, two astronomers set out to answer the questions and criticism they are so frequently sent. The result is the Cosmic Revolutionary's Handbook, or How to Beat the Big Bang, which sets out exactly what any Big Bang Theory hater needs to explain before a new theory can even begin to take hold. Today in Science. Elon Musk's SpaceX is about to launch. Everyone needs new planet. As cosmologists, our job is to explain the universe as a whole, its structure, constituents and evolution, said Dr. Luke A. Barnes is a postdoctoral researcher at Western Sydney University. People email us with their ideas about how the universe works, and while we love their enthusiasm, we found ourselves sending the same kind of reply over and over again. In the book, Barnes and colleague Professor Geraint F. Lewis, professor of astrophysics at the Sydney Institute for Astronomy, part of the University of Sydney's School of Physics, explain that while science isn't perfect, nor is it arbitrary. Promoted. UNICEF USA brand voice. Thank a nurse to Tableau APAC. Pudding data. Civic Nate. COVID-19. The result is a plan for overthrowing the Big Bang Theory, which details exactly what any challenger needs to explain before proposing a new kind of theory. The point of the book is that the Big Bang Theory has a solid track record of explaining well-established facts about the universe, said Barnes. If you want to challenge the Big Bang Theory, you'd better be able to explain the basics before you have a shot at explaining mysteries like dark matter. They also stress that because astronomers measure the universe, any new theory had better have some maths in it somewhere, as well as a distinct lack of fonts, formatting inconsistencies, and rants on social media. What is the Big Bang Theory? At its core, the book tries to explain the messy business of how astronomers came to believe in the Big Bang Theory in the first place. The real core of the Big Bang Theory is this: In the past, the universe was hotter, smoother and denser, said Lewis. That's what generates precise scientific explanations of the universe we see around us. Many people think that the theory says that our universe began by exploding into empty space, whereas the Big Bang Theory describes the expansion of all of space, and the beginning is at best a plausible implication of the theory. Timeline of the universe. A representation of the evolution of the universe over 13.77 billion. Plus. NASA/WMAP Science Team. Why science isn't about self-appointed experts. The authors do their best to stress that science isn't perfect, and that the Big Bang Theory's journey from crackpot idea to accepted science has been long and messy, and isn't over yet. No scientific idea is ever proved to be true beyond any doubt. That's largely because some people make a massive mistake about where science comes from. We find that science is either idealized into a perfect knowledge-generating machine run by robots, or denigrated as a greedy power grab by self-appointed experts whose job is to confuse us with big words and mathematics, says Lewis. The mistake that would-be cosmic revolutionaries make is assuming that, because a scientific idea is popular, it must owe its popularity to psychological or sociological or political reasons. More from FORBES Dante. In short, scientific ideas don't reign supreme by accident. They must explain something to have any appeal to scientists. We wanted to show the real process of science, and lay out the reasons that cosmologists have for holding on to the Big Bang, while at the same time acknowledging its limitations, said Barnes. What's really wrong with the Big Bang Theory? There are some problems with the Big Bang Theory, which the authors gleefully discuss in the last chapter. It's not clear whether it explains why galaxies are arranged as they are, and it doesn't quite predict the correct cosmic abundances of the elements, said Lewis. There is a big question mark at the start of the universe as well. It looks like a beginning, but our theories get a bit fuzzy. The Big Bang Theory also requires the existence of mysterious material called dark matter and dark energy. So is the Big Bang Theory incomplete? Yes, and that's the scientific method right there. More from FORBES. What came first, inflation or the... So will someone overthrow it one day and, at last, beat the Big Bang Theory? It's more likely that the story of the Big Bang will become part of a larger story, said Barnes. After all, Nicolaus Copernicus' model of a sun-centric universe was never overthrown per se. Johannes Kepler simply refined the orbits of the planets. Isaac Newton explained the forces, and modern astronomy has placed our solar system in our galaxy and expanding space. We can only use observations and theory to peer so far back in time, said Barnes. So for the Big Bang, there is plenty of room for a prequel, which explains what happened in the earliest fraction of a second of the life of the universe. Similarly, we can only see so far in space, to our cosmic horizon, said Barnes. The universe over the horizon could have the same properties as ours, or we could be part of a vast and variegated multiverse. But, as in the past, if you want to start a cosmic revolution, you've got to do it right. The power of new ideas. The Big Bang Theory haters all aspire to be cosmic revolutionaries, and that's precisely what all scientists want to be too. Sometimes, a new idea completely overturns the way we look at the cosmos, said Lewis, citing how Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler and Newton showed us that we were part of a unified cosmos. Einstein, Lemaitre, Friedman, Hubble and others showed that our universe is not static, but expanding, said Lewis. Throughout the 20th century, astronomers mapped out our location among the stars of our galaxy, and our galaxy's place in the cosmos. More from FO. Maybe we've got the picture roughly correct, or maybe we're just waiting for the next Newton or Einstein to show us an even grander picture of the physical universe.
Not that they
Still want to overthrow the Big Bang Theory? Now all you have to do is get your new theory published in the Astronomical Journal, Astrophysical Journal, monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, or Astronomy, and Astrophysics. Wishing you clear skies and wide eyes. Follow me on Twitter or...
Oh yeah, follow him on Twitter, guys. Okay, yeah. So he actually did a good job there, summing it up actually. And then Big Bang alternatives challenge. But you see that everybody always pushing the Big Bang and dark matter, even though they haven't managed to prove dark matter. Dark matter was added into the theory to try and explain stuff away, because the model had problems with it, and they keep on doing that. I spelled it wrong. Hey, spell checker worked. So getting on to the next one. What's going on here? What was UFO interesting there? Oh yeah, I was meant to bring that up. I might do that later. Okay, so that one's done with. So there you go. We got someone actually telling you there's problems with it, and this is a problem where he talked about elements. So if all the elements come from the start of the universe, right? You know, there's like they talk about decay rates, and they can work out how old stuff is because they're assuming it's based on the Big Bang. So this is where that could all fall apart as well. That the decay rates and estimating age of things could be totally wrong, but that's another thing. So here they're talking about the cosmological lithium problem. So we'll probably need to copy that one down and read some of it too. So as you know, it forms heavier and heavier elements. So there should be certain percentages based on the age of the universe of elements in the universe. And of course they're finding through spectral analysis of the universe around us that we're lacking a lot of lithium, which doesn't fit in with the Big Bang. So and it's probably not the only element either that's got a problem. Let's see. Is it going to read out alright? That's the question. We'll start with that chunk there.
Cosmological lithium problem. From Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. In astronomy, the lithium problem, or lithium discrepancy, refers to the discrepancy between the primordial abundance of lithium as inferred from observations of metal-poor, population 2, halo stars in our galaxy, and the amount that should theoretically exist due to Big Bang nucleosynthesis plus WMAP cosmic baryon density predictions of the CMB. Namely, the most widely accepted models of the Big Bang suggest that 3 times as much primordial lithium, in particular lithium-7, should exist. This contrasts with the observed abundance of isotopes of hydrogen, 1H and 2H, and helium, 3He and 4He, that are consistent with predictions. 1. The discrepancy is highlighted in a so-called Schramm plot, named in honor of astrophysicist David Schramm, which depicts these primordial abundances as a function of cosmic baryon content from standard BBN predictions.
There's all the big words. And then we got all the charts for the predictions and what they actually measured. Keep on going down. And I suppose that's the real thing. Is it, what's it say? Where's the color code? Does it tell us? So they'll probably come up with a new add-on to the Big Bang Theory that explains it away, like they always do. Origin of lithium. Okay, let's just keep on going.
Origin of lithium, edit. Minutes after the Big Bang, the universe was made almost entirely of hydrogen and helium, with trace amounts of lithium and beryllium and negligibly small abundances of all heavier elements. 3.
Right, I went to the top.
Lithium synthesis in the Big Bang, edit. Big Bang nucleosynthesis produced both lithium-7 and beryllium-7, and indeed the latter dominates the primordial synthesis of mass 7 nuclides. On the other hand, the Big Bang produced lithium-6 at levels more than 1,000 times smaller. 74B later decayed via electron capture, half-life 53.22 days, into 73 Li, so that the observable primordial lithium abundance essentially sums primordial 73 Li and radiogenic lithium from the decay of 74B. These isotopes are produced by the reactions.
Okay. And it goes into everything that everybody hates on UFO channels. Science. Science and maths. And so yeah, they don't talk about this when they keep promoting the Big Bang, do they? So it's talking about how atoms are forming into bigger elements there. And that's how we form our periodic table of elements. And helium, lithium, B, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. So what's that chart saying? Abundance of silicon is normalized to 10. Abundance. So most helium. And what's the least one in the universe? U. What's that? Uranium? The heavier, bigger elements. So where's element 115 in the list, right? I suppose it's somewhere down here on the 0 line. But anyway, I was looking for the title underneath. Oh, why is it not scrolling up anymore? Atom atomic number. There you go. Older stars seem to have less lithium, so let's just keep on reading, because this is quite interesting. And they don't tell you about this problem with the Big Bang.
Older stars seem to have less lithium than they should, and some younger stars have much more. 8. The lack of lithium in older stars is apparently caused by the mixing of lithium into the interior of stars, where it is destroyed. 9. While lithium is produced in younger stars, though it transmutes into 2 atoms of helium due to collision with a proton at temperatures above 2.4 million degrees Celsius, most stars easily attain this temperature in their interiors. Lithium is more abundant than current computations would predict in later generation stars.
Okay. Beyond the standard model. Oh, no, we can't talk about that. Okay, let's just read it out anyway. So just saying that there's something not quite right in our science, and we shouldn't just say Big Bang is looking more and more correct when we still got all these problems with it.
Beyond the standard model solutions, edit. Under the assumptions of all correct calculation, solutions beyond the existing standard model, or standard cosmology might be needed. 6. Dark matter decay and supersymmetry provide one possibility, in which decaying dark matter scenarios introduce a rich array of novel processes that can alter light elements during and after BBN, and find the well-motivated origin in supersymmetric cosmologies. With fully operational LHC, much of minimal supersymmetry lies within reach, which would revolutionize particle physics and cosmology if discovered. 6. Changing fundamental constants can be one possible solution, and it implies that first, atomic transitions in metals residing in high redshift regions might behave differently from our own. Second, standard model couplings and particle masses might vary. Third, variation in nuclear physics parameters is needed. 6. Non-standard cosmologies indicate variation of baryon to photon ratio in different regions. One proposal is a result of large-scale inhomogeneities in cosmic density, different from homogeneity defined in the cosmological principle.
They love their big
However,
words.
this possibility requires a large amount of observations to test it.
And they don't like talking in lab terms, do they? They just like to confuse the hell out of people. Astrological solutions. Proposed solutions. 4 into 3 broad classes. Okay, let's have a laugh. Nuclear physics. Oh, that's the last one we read out. We didn't read out the first two. Oh, well, we'll just add them in.
Astrophysical solutions, edit. Considering the possibility that BBN predictions are sound, the measured value of the primordial lithium abundance should be in error, and astrophysical solutions offer revision to it.
Oh, it's just an error. Just
For
forget
example,
about it.
systematic errors, including ionization correction and inaccurate stellar temperatures determination, could affect Li/H ratios in stars. Furthermore, more observations on lithium depletion remain important, since present lithium level might not reflect the initial abundance in the star. In summary, accurate measurements of the primordial lithium abundance is the current focus of progress, and it could be possible that the final answer does not lie in astrophysical solutions. 6. Nuclear physics solutions, edit. Now consider the possibility that the measured primordial lithium abundance is correct and based on the standard model of particle physics and the standard cosmology. Then the lithium problem implies errors in the BBN light element predictions.
Big Bang
Although
Theory.
standard BBN rests on well-determined physics, the weak and strong interactions are complicated for BBN, and therefore might be the weak point in standard BBN calculation. 6.
BBN.
First, reactions missing or incorrect could lead to lithium problem. For incorrect reactions, major thoughts lie within revision to cross-section errors and standard thermonuclear rates according to recent studies. 16, 17.
I think we got a lot to learn
starting
still
from Fred
about
Hoyle's
the
great
universe.
discovery of carbon-12 resonance reactions, some of which might have evaded
And
experimental
science.
detection, or whose effects have been underestimated, become possible solutions to the lithium problem, and are studied by many recently. 18, 19. All these nuclear
So why couldn't the
reactions,
universe?
some of which might have evaded.
Why couldn't the universe always existed, right? And it just expands and contracts like a big beach ball. And all the other theories that they're sort of linking into it could all be wrong conclusions, right? There may be like they're talking about multi-universe, and when one breaks into the other universe, and maybe it creates a puncture, creates a black hole where the matter is sucked from ours into theirs, and vice versa. Who knows? The universe is going to be a lot more stranger than what they're seeing with their telescopes, radio telescopes. So we'll just post that one there about the main problem of the Big Bang there. Big Bang problem. So yeah, you need out-of-box thinking, but these guys seem to want to look at them. So we need to keep questioning things. So what's the next bit? 3 problems with the Big Bang. So this one, I'll cut and paste down the bottom to read it as well, probably. As you can see, there's no way I could pronounce all those words. It's just ridiculous. My tongue wouldn't be able to get around all those crazy scientific words. 3 problems with the Big Bang. Okay, I suppose they're going to have to change the size of the font a bit. Only 3 problems? I thought there was a lot more of it. So let's have a read of this guy. Looks like there's a bit there though. We'll go down to there.
Somewhere around 13.8 billion years ago, the universe began with a bang. In less than a second, the 4 fundamental forces electromagnetism, gravitation, weak nuclear interaction, and strong nuclear interaction, which initially were joined as a single even more fundamental force, separated. Suddenly, the universe started to expand
Bullshit.
at an exponential rate. Cosmic inflation had begun.
Yeah.
A little later, but still within this initial second, tiny particles called hadrons formed, and neutrinos ceased to interact with other particles. For the next 10 seconds, particles called leptons dominated. Their short-lived rule gave way to photons, which governed for approximately 380,000 years. Newly formed atoms of hydrogen and helium took over next, but it wasn't until around 559 million years later that stars began to shine by fusing them together.
Is that all?
The Big Bang is the best theory we have to explain the birth and existence of the universe. As astrophysicist Ethan Siegel wrote in his recent book Beyond the Galaxy, to this very day, there is no other model that is both consistent with general relativity and explains the Hubble expansion of the universe, the abundances of the light elements, and the existence and properties of the cosmic microwave
I'd say
background.
that would be bullshit.
The Big
There
Bang
are
is the
other
only
theories
one.
out there.
But while satisfying and substantially supported by the weight of scientific evidence, the defining theory of cosmology is not perfect. There remain three key problems. The first is the horizon problem. If we look far out into space, billions of light years away, we see photons with the same temperature, roughly 2.725 degrees Kelvin. If we look in another direction, we find the same thing. What a coincidence! In fact, when astronomers look in all directions, no matter how distant, they find that all regions have the same temperature. This is incredibly puzzling, Siegel says, since these regions are separated by distances that are greater than any signal, even light, could have traveled in the time since the universe was born. The Big Bang offers no explanation for this fascinating quirk. Yet another quirk unexplained by the Big Bang is the flatness problem. Almost all the evidence collected by cosmologists indicates that the universe is flat. Like a sheet of paper on a desk, space-time shows almost no curvature whatsoever. Within the context of the Big Bang, this seems extremely unlikely.
Oh no, could space-time be wrong?
In
Yes,
2014, researchers created a synthetic magnetic monopole in the laboratory, but physicists have yet to find one of these particles in nature. Blas Cabrera, a researcher at Stanford and the current leader of the cryogenic dark matter search experiment, detected a candidate monopole back in 1982, but no other experiments have replicated his results.
Yeah. So obviously it was a false positive. Okay, let's just keep on going. So you don't hear about all this, do we? Unless you really dig in, start looking at yourself, find out the facts yourself.
So what do we do with these three puzzling problems? Do we simply ignore them? It is tempting to look past these three problems as not problems at all, but rather as simply the conditions that the universe started off with. Siegel writes, "The Big Bang has enough successes that it is easy enough to sweep these problems under the rug and not be bothered by them. But that would be a terrible, non-scientific attitude to take. As soon as we convince ourselves that something is a question that science cannot answer, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Scientists do not turn away from problems because they are difficult. To the contrary, scientists tackle problems precisely because they are difficult. To the discoverer goes the notoriety, and to the world goes something far more important, knowledge."
So, what was the three problems? I only heard two. One that is collected cosmos indicates that the universe is flat. That's number 2, wasn't it? The temperature one. So they've got some pictures here. So if the universe is flat, yeah, and not curved, then here's a sphere. I think there's a lot of wrong with the theory. So we'll just carry on, else we'll never get through it all. But yeah, like I said, I keep bringing up this stuff all the time, and more evidence comes through each year as they find some new stuff, and they say, yeah, it proves it, but it doesn't. They still haven't solved the fundamental problems. The next one. Space warping star system proves Einstein's theory of general relativity right again. So, as we've talked about in the past, there's other theories proposed that could explain the same result. So when you got two theories that can explain the bending of light around a massive star, called the star atmospherics, which creates like a glass. It's like passing through glass and causes refraction because it's passing through atmosphere, right? So there's another competent theory out there called the electric universe. I'm not sure if I got it here or not. Oh, here we go. So we'll get to it. There's a couple of things here. Do black holes matter? Electric universe, the science models, and controversy. So we'll go over what they're saying. And then we got other things to do at the end there. Although the time's flying past already, isn't it? So I just need to copy that down to the reader again. And we'll just get it read out and then talk about it. I think we'll find out that Einstein's general theory of relativity is actually wrong, and space-time and all that, because there are other theories out there that they ignore that explains Einstein's thing, which I've covered before, in like the satellites losing or gaining time because they're going through spent space in orbit. Can be explained because the magnetic flux that is passing through from the planet is affecting the atoms' vibration of the nuclear clocks on board, which would affect the time. So there's also Tesla's theory of radiant energy, and of course it's creates a field around the planet because it's a big mass of atoms absorbing energy from the universe, which is also passing through the atomic clocks on the satellites. So there are other possibilities out there which they've sort of ignored, and so it doesn't mean that Einstein's correct of bent space. And of course the stars refraction business is another problem. That doesn't really prove anything. Like they talk about it bending around massive galaxies, right? But then you're talking about gases, because space is not empty, where the light is actually passing through and bending. So it's the same scenario. It's passing through a corona of gas. So yeah, we'll just go over it anyway. So you just got to go out there and read all the naysayers and see if this what they're pointing out makes sense, and often it does. So let's see if we can get through this page here. The problem with space-time to me is it allows you to do time travel, and I don't think time travel would be possible. Time is always moving forward, right? They talk about if you fly at the speed of light, that as you fly away from the Earth, you age slower. I reckon that's just BS, and I think it'll be proven wrong if we ever get up to speed of light travel, or faster than speed of light travel, which I think is possible, which then makes a lot of Einstein stuff would be wrong, because speed of light's meant to be a constant. And I think we're finding out that maybe that's not true, because there have been some recent experiments that the Hubble observed, which suggested that light was actually faster than the constant. So I've pointed that out in past lives as well. The new findings they got, which they're trying to ignore as a error or anomaly.
In the past 5 years, we've seen Einstein's theory of general relativity play out in the detection of gravitational waves, the imaging of a black hole, and the orbit of stars around the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. And now, astronomers tracking a quirky pair of stars for 20 years using the Parkes radio telescope have proven him right again. This time we're seeing a spinning star at the center of the system, dragging the very fabric of spacetime with it, said astronomer and co-author Matthew Bales of the Swinburne Institute of Technology. Dragging the fabric of spacetime. In 1918, 2 Austrian scientists proposed that if Einstein was right, then spinning objects, including Earth, should twist and drag the fabric of spacetime. The phenomenon,
Blah, blah, blah.
known as the lens-throwing effect or frame dragging, is usually too small to detect. A tiny effect was first demonstrated in an experiment that measured the subtle movements of gyroscopes placed into space above Earth. We've discovered a system where the effect is 100 million times stronger than it is above the Earth, Professor Bales said. The discovery, by the international team of astronomers, is reported today in the journal Science.
So, tiny effect was demonstrated. Doesn't mean that there's no other a possibility that it couldn't be space-time. It has to be space-time that's causing it. It could be something else, of course, couldn't it? Could be to do with the magnetic pull of the Earth, you know. Could be due to gravitation waves passing through. It also could be an error. Experiments that measured the subtle movements of a gyroscope placed in space. So, unique system. What's that going to talk about?
A unique system. The unusual star system known as PSR J1141-6545 was discovered around 10,000 light-years away in the constellation of
10,000.
Musca, aka the Fly, in 2001. At the heart is a fast-spinning white dwarf star, the remains of an old star about the size of Earth, but 300,000 times its density. Every 5 hours it is circled by a neutron star, pulsar, the core of an exploded star no bigger than a city, but about 100 billion times more dense than Earth. The neutron star sends out regular pulses of high-energy particles like a lighthouse, which the astronomers use to track its orbit. Over the years, the astronomers noticed the two stars got closer and closer as the white dwarf pulled its neighbor in.
Okay, where did it go to? They got pictures that get in the way.
But as time went on, it became clear that the stars weren't acting as predicted by Einstein's theory.
No surprise.
I had assumed that we'd done something wrong, Professor Bales said.
No, maybe because your theories are wrong. Hey, he looks like that Giorgio when he woke up in the caravan with the hair gel. Okay, looks like he just woke up and started picking up his chalk and started writing.
It took 4 years of detective work by PhD student Vivek Venkatraman Krishnan and team members from the Max Planck Institute for Radio Astronomy to get to the bottom of the puzzle. After concluding that this could not have been due to problems with our telescopes, there was a brief period of time that I thought I disproved Einstein's theory, Dr. Krishnan said.
Oh no.
In the end,
The
they
world's
twigged that the
fallen
orbit of the
apart.
pulsar was tumbling in space as it was being dragged around by the fast-spinning white dwarf star. While we knew that any body that rotates should drag space and time with it according to Einstein, we did not think that this would be measurable for this system, he said. This effect is usually expected to be measured only for a select class of heavenly bodies like some neutron stars and black holes. But this was no ordinary pair of stars.
They're always going to try and figure it out and plug in something new into the equation. This website's annoying me. What makes the star special? Are you special, people? I probably won't read out too much of the site if this sort of go on.
What
but
makes these stars special? The unique formation of this system made the white dwarf spin so fast that we could see its effects in the orbit, for the first time in any binary star system, Dr. Krishnan said. When the pulsar was born, material from the supernova fell onto the white dwarf, making it spin faster and faster. The
Another
cataclysmic
theory.
explosion also misaligned the spins of the two stars and changed the orbits of the pulsar from a normal circular path to an egg-shaped orbit, Professor Bales said. This enabled the astronomers to work out the white dwarf was spinning about once every minute. That is causing the fabric of spacetime to be ripped around much more strongly than it would be above the Earth, Professor Bales said.
Sounds like they're frigging it to me. I don't know about you. They still want to keep the idea that Einstein can't be wrong. Anyway, we'll just carry on. So that's that article there. On to the next one. Okay, what's the lecture Uranus have to say? I see it's on that horrible site, Gaia. But at least they're brave enough to put on opposing theories rather than going with the mainstream cult, the science cult. Let's reduce that one. What's this bullshit pumping up? Let's go for it. Tesla. I like the word Tesla. Once we see Tesla, we know that these guys haven't written them off. Yeah, let's read it.
Before Einstein created his unique theorems on relativity, deflating Newton's theories on gravity, Nikola Tesla posited the idea that electricity and energy were responsible for almost all cosmic phenomena.
Yay!
Tesla saw energy and electricity as an incompressible fluid of constant quantity that could neither be destroyed nor created.
Yay, I like it.
If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency,
Yes.
and vibration.
See, Tesla had
Nikola
it right.
Tesla.
Tesla is the man. Now, you believe that Einstein used to follow him and then come up with this radical relativity thing which put him at opposing odds. But I think Tesla's right. Everything is energy and just keeps getting recycled. It doesn't have to come from a singularity into existence. Who knows? Maybe the balloon pops, the universe pops, and then another one forms again. So maybe we're all going to die at some stage. Oh no! Fear mongering. I shouldn't say that. That's what the secure team's about. Yeah. And we all know we're going to die sometime. We don't know what the universe is still. And I don't think we're any closer still until we go out there and explore it and start taking actual scientific results. I think we're going to find it's a lot weirder than what we think. We don't know what life is about. If we tried to worry about it every day, we'd go insane, probably. So that's why religion was created. Because science can't explain it. So you got to explain it with faith. Imaginary people created it.
What did Einstein conclude? Einstein suggested and eventually proved, to a degree, that gravity is a curvature
night,
within a
Robert.
measurable reality, which he termed as spacetime. When you add time to the coordinates of length, width, and height, you get spacetime. Consider spacetime as a material fabric. When a mass or object is large enough, it can cause the fabric to warp. Consider what happens when you lift your knees when under a blanket. It warps the blanket. You can see that your knees, a mass, created a
There's that
bend
flat
or cavity.
universe again.
This warp structure, bend, cavity, is gravity. There's much
Or
more to
maybe
it,
it's not.
but this gives us a foundation to help us understand the beauty and challenges behind the electric universe theory.
It's gone up the top again. I really hate that. Okay. Or is it looking like it's going to the top? Is that... So where do we get to? There. Okay, down to here. Alright, it's talking about plasma now. We like plasma in UFO field. Atoms, plasma, Earth lights.
The electric universe theory backstory. atoms, electrons, and plasma. Most of us wander around our lovely planet never fully understanding how atoms, electrons, matter, and energy function. It's not because we're not interested, it's because it's complicated and a bit intimidating. No wonder the processes that create and support life are
why we
nothing
only
short
got
of
5 people
miracles.
watching, people.
To better understand the electric universe theory, let's kick things off with a few definitions. Atoms. An atom is the basic unit of a chemical element. They're made up of tiny subatomic particles, including protons, neutrons, and electrons. Atoms are surrounded by one or more negative electrons. Electrons are a bit like noncommittal partners, they can be easily separated from their host atoms. When electrons are emitted, all sorts of things can happen. For example, the aurora borealis, northern lights, is born from these types of currents, forming multicolored sheets to burst across the sky. These bursts and sheets are forms of plasma filaments. Plasma. Plasma is the most common of the 4 fundamental states of matter. The other big players are solids, liquids, and gases. Plasma is formed when ionized gases become electrically conductive, meaning that electrical current, electricity, can flow through them. Fire and lightning are forms of plasma. It's in this way that stars and galaxies get their power. Currents flow into stars and power them like light bulbs. They can also induce the births of planets. You can see the remnants of these energy infusions in the forms of craters throughout our galaxy.
So this is the
Plasma filament.
electro-universe theory.
As charged particles move around and throughout plasma, rings of magnetic fields can form around the electric current. This is called a plasma filament. Interconnected and perfectly woven, these filaments stretch across billions and billions of light years, creating the silent equilibrium inherent in the physical universe. When current flows through plasma filaments, it generates colorful tendrils of light. This is where Nikola Tesla, 1856 to 1943, comes in. He invented the plasma ball when experimenting with electric currents in vacuum tubes. As such, many refer to the center ball as a Tesla coil. Tesla believed that electricity powered the universe and could power our physical and eternal realities.
Yeah, I've got one of those, plasma ball. They're quite cool. And you touch your hand on it, and all the sparks go towards your fingertip. But yeah, it's quite an interesting watching plasma. And they only cost like $20 from AliExpress.
Tesla on Einstein. On July 11, 1935, the New York Times quoted Tesla, "The relativity theory is much older than its present proponents. It was advanced over 200 years ago by my illustrious countryman Boscovic, the great philosopher, who, notwithstanding other and multifold obligations, wrote 1,000 volumes on a vast variety of subjects." Boscovic dealt with relativity, including the so-called time-space continuum. Tesla went on to say this about Einstein's theories. Magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists, not scientists.
Ouch. Go Tesla. Where do we get down to? It keeps going upwards, stupid thing. So what about the electric universe theory?
What is the electric universe theory? The electric universe theory, EU, generally states that electricity is the engine behind a long list of natural and astrophysical spectacles. It supports the idea that electricity powers the sun and stars, and that cosmic occurrences are electrical in nature. The theory also suggests that the universe is a vast, electric organism, chock full of yet-to-be-discovered masses, holes, relationships, and phenomena. EU advocates believe that we are at the beginning of exploring the possibilities around the concept. Since the first pamphlet was distributed in 1983, there have been many papers, books, and theses published on the electric universe theory. While some of the tenets of the theory appear to be difficult to prove, the idea that there is electricity throughout the universe, and within every animal, plant, and everywhere else we find plasma, is undeniable. From subterranean electricity, known as telluric currents, to atmospheric electricity, for example, meteors, and from extraterrestrial, or cosmic electricity, to electrostatic phenomena, electric currents are visible and/or audible. All of these things result from the interaction between electrical currents, filaments, atmospheres, and formations of matter. The EU has been proven, disproven, celebrated, and dismissed throughout the last 125 years, and since Tesla disappeared from planet Earth. We live in an electronic world. Our cities are visible from space at night, blazing with electric lights. The electricity courses invisibly in the darkness over great distances along thin power lines. We find electricity indispensable. Nature does the same since all matter is electrical. Astronomy is stuck in the gaslight era, unable to see that stars are simply electric lights strung along invisible cosmic power lines that are detectable by their magnetic fields and radio noise.
Electric universe theory, the science models. Going back to the top again, is it? Yep. So, I think it's not black and white. I think it's somewhere in the middle again. What I call the grey. It's not black and white, but it's grey. Support for the electro. Okay, we got down to there. I think people need to know about alternatives out there. But it's out-of-box thinking, so I like these guys, and they use... Tesla was the guy that did experiments. Well, Einstein was a mathematician. He just... they believe that with maths proves things, but really it's just a tool. Support for electric model.
Support for the electric universe model. While there are many variations to the electric universe model, supporters of the theory tend to believe that the cosmology and phenomena found throughout the universe is driven by electricity, rather than gravity. This idea has many fans and even more enemies. Immanuel Velikovsky, 1985 to 1979, influenced and empowered the EU movement with his ideas around how the universe rearranges itself via electrical interactions. The plasma universe is a concept and theorem established by Nobel laureate Hannes Alfvén, known as the father of plasma physics and plasma cosmology. Alfvén believed that the visible universe is almost 100% plasma, and his theory is often considered a companion to EU theory. Alfvén knew the interstellar and intergalactic network of planets, meteors, suns, moons, and stars are all plasma. The EU community, sometimes referring to themselves as the Thunderbolts Project, has a long list of social media channels and voices, including Wallace Thornhill and David Talbot at the helm of the EU experience. While the truth around the electric universe theory might never be accepted or proven, it will never be eradicated. Even though there is fair and considerable pushback against the tenets within the EU theory, it might need more time to mature. We also might consider that there might be limits to Einstein's research and applied technologies. I think it's important to consider that just because a theory is globally accepted, or that current scientific procedures support them, it does not mean they are 100% correct. It might be that there are nuances in every theory that are yet to be proven, for a variety of reasons.
Yep.
Putting it all together. At 14 billion years old, the universe is still unfolding and expanding. Assuming that today's theories are precise and comprehensive is a mistake. The full scope of the universe's elements and truths has yet to be revealed. At the very least, we must remain open to new, potentially remarkable possibilities.
Unfortunately, a lot of people are not, though.
The biggest roadblock in the pursuit of life-enhancing technologies, and disproving, or proving, the electric universe theories might be that today's scientists are more concerned with algorithms than experiments. It's important to keep in mind that equations do not create or prove realities, they propose and support imaginary ones. Also relevant,
bingo.
governments and iconic business people have always been nervous around innovation, and they've stifled it for the darkest of reasons. J.P. Morgan put an end to Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower in fear
Yeah, the
that its resulting
scumbag.
wireless energy technology would interfere with the growth and profits from the companies that Morgan
Yeah,
financed,
money.
including General Electric.
They still around today,
J.
those
Edgar Hoover
people.
seized Tesla's work upon the death of the unsung hero, fearing it might inspire a revolution in the country's energy and economic infrastructures, putting power, profit, and influence in the hands of citizens instead of corporate
Yep.
entities.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of patents were classified by the U.S. government over the past 50 years,
I
which
wonder
can easily
why.
be attributed to the notion that governments do not want people to be empowered, they want people to be reliant. Regardless of its limitations and imperfections, Tesla's work, and the suppositions surrounding the electric universe, are compelling, and can potentially lead to profound shifts in our thinking and forthcoming technological advances.
Oh no.
Given these ideas, we might reframe Einstein's theories on special relativity by saying, E equals mc2 is relatively true, for now.
Hey, there you go. So there's a viewpoint to look at. So Big Bang's not the only one out there. So that's why I bring it up. They call it EU, which I always think is Europe. But it's not. It stands for Electric Universe. And of course you have a lot of naysayers saying it's all fringe science and all that sort of stuff. But you got to remember, a lot of these guys are also PhDs, scientists. And of course they have been trying to prove their theories right and scale down models as well. Experiments. So go and check out their stuff. Like I said, it's not black and white. There's somewhere in between. So the truth is that Einstein's not going to be 100% correct. I think they'll find out. And we know that it's partly true, like they said at the end there, that EMC squared, that matter and energy are one and the same. So that makes sense. But they also why he liked Tesla's. Tesla was the same thing, right? He was saying that the universe is all energy and recycled. So that brings us to black holes, which is the next flavor here. I may go over time, but who cares? So this is again Thunderbolt's project, how they look at black holes. They look at it in a different way. You know, they're talking about plasma. So let's just have a quick skim over those ones. We're getting there. There's not much left, really. But I did throw UFOs in there. But all this matters because it's all about life in the universe. And it just proves we don't know shit all. And then you got these debunkers saying that aliens can't be coming here. We haven't seen. There's no physical proof. Blah blah blah. And yet they can't even work out what the universe is still. You got to keep experimenting. Got to keep researching. They need to get out into space and start exploring. I think the aliens probably don't know it all either. That's probably why they're visiting Earth, to try and figure out what we are and why we're so different and all that sort of business. So yeah, you've probably heard that they detected another black hole. But it's, like, as we've heard already, they reckon black holes are throughout the universe. Let's just read out a chunk of this anyway. There's not too much.
NGC 4889 Center is thought to be home to a supermassive black hole 21 billion times the size of the Sun, with an event horizon 130 billion kilometers in diameter. The bright cross shape is a foreground star in the Milky Way. Credit, NASA/ESA. February 6, 2019. There is supposed to be a supermassive black hole in the core of the Milky Way that is tearing stars apart. Black holes cannot be directly seen, but but astrophysicists continue to maintain that they exist because of their putative effects. They assume that matter can accelerate and compress until it is spaghettified, or stretched, whereupon it is torn apart and reconfigured by intense gravity fields. Almost all, more than 95%, of galaxies are thought by astronomers to be home to one or more black holes. Since matter spins around a black hole at extreme velocities, consensus opinions state that it heats up from friction, generating X-rays and ultraviolet light. It is those emissions that are interpreted as indirect evidence for black holes. Previous pictures of the day take issue with that model. The terminology itself is highly speculative and ambiguous. To say that X-rays and ultraviolet light are created in gravity fields is to betray an ignorance. Experiments in the laboratory create those energies by accelerating charged particles in an electric field. There is no experiment that can provide evidence for matter collapse to near infinite density. Rather, Bennett pinches, Z-pinches, in plasma state material form plasmoids. When the electric flux inside double layers within galactic circuits gets too high, there is a sudden short circuit that draws energy from the surrounding space. That energy could be concentrated from hundreds of cubic light years, and then discharged in a burst of cosmic lightning, generating X-rays or flares of ultraviolet light. Instead of a black hole, X-ray radiation from a plasmoid in the Milky Way's heart is a charged particle accelerator, so electrons spiral in the electromagnetic fields and give off X-rays. The diffuse currents then flow out of the poles and back toward the galaxy's equatorial plane, spiraling back toward the core. There is no evidence that matter can collapse to near infinite density under gravity's influence. Black holes are phantoms that can never be observed, since their so-called event horizons are impenetrable, allowing no direct observations. No light can escape, so they are invisible at any wavelength. They are pure theory and have no basis for existence in the natural world. Black holes are the subject of many previous Picture of the Day articles. The short story, from an electric universe perspective, is that black holes are a misperception. The descriptive terminology used by researchers is problematic, relying on loose interpretations. Ambiguous lexical labels such as space/time, singularities, infinite density, and other non-quantifiable ideas make what should be realistic investigations into a kind of irony. Using the concept of infinity is all over the work on black holes. Infinitely weak gravity is compared to infinitely dense black holes. Such ideas mask the fact that no scientist understands gravity, or how mass is expressed by matter, or how matter expresses gravity. They especially ignore the electric universe. Since stars are plasma phenomena, they are governed by electricity, and not by gravity alone. Since stars are loads in an externally powered circuit, a drop in circuit power means a drop in output, so a star will disappear, it enters a dark mode state. Variations in electric power mean variations in how a star behaves.
So
Astronomers believe gravity is their only tool, and, in their world, no force can stop the collapse of any mass great enough to form a black hole. However, gravity's effect is so small that it is effectively non-existent when compared to the electric force. It is charge separation that holds stars together, preventing their collapse. Even thermonuclear fires are not needed for a star to live. The standard model of stars fails because gravity is the wrong tool. Stephen Smith.
So this gives you a completely different opposing view to our current cultist scientists, Big Bang model, and Stephen Hawkins and all that. So yeah, that's quite interesting how they're looking at a black hole as a plasmoid. I think they use the term there. Black hole, according to EU, I suppose. So it pays to always know there's some alternative ideas out there, which again might not be 100% true, but there may be some truth in it. So here's another one, the last bit of it. where he's talking about an interview with this guy, which might be worth going and have a listen to. These weird objects, because there's been recent news about black hole really close to us, 1,000 light years was it, which is close apparently. So yeah, Thunderbolt's thing, you might want to go and listen to the interviews there, see what they're saying a bit more, and then we can get on to UFO stuff now. But yeah, just every time I hear someone talking about dark matter, dark energy, and they don't also mention that there are other ideas out there. So yeah, I'm sort of like the thorn in the side that sort of brings attention to these things on my channel. Just don't accept what everyone's telling you. Always question everything. So before we got into third phase, there was this thing here that I looked at yesterday, going back to security. People were saying that his family's broke and they need his channel. But if you go to Social Blade, and since he's unlisted all his videos, it now does a calculation of his earnings. And it says a potential maximum of 2.4 million. Now this is based on one ad per video. Okay, so that's his lifetime earnings there according to them. And I'd say it's somewhere in between. But you got to remember it's 3 or 4 ads per video. So you got to multiply that by 4. Potential earnings up to about $10 million in that 8 years that he's been online. It's not bad going, is it? But ad blocker is a problem. And so you can halve it. So that halves the 10 million to 5 million. And then it still sounds a wee bit too high, but we don't know because we ain't got access to his tax records. It would be good to really find out how much the estimate works in, because Google used to pay a lot more when it first started, paid a hell of a lot more money than what it is now with the 1 cent per view sort of business. So yeah, he's had like 590 million views, but if you multiply that by 4 ads, it's a big number. Trillions. And you can see he's still getting enough daily views here. That's people going back and commenting on his videos, but I think most of them now turn off the ads, right? So I think he's cramming more ads on per his videos to try and get around that. So I've said basically here, once he stuck his videos in private, this tool here noticed it, and it had to deduct the money, which it hasn't really. That's where it goes wrong. But it is a good way to look at the total calculation there. So I had to point out to people how to read this here. I'll post it so you can have a look. But yeah, Social Blade. So when people are going on, it's affecting their family and all that. They got to like 5-star holidays and cars and obviously some recreational drugs mixed in there. Booze, which he's not a drinker, of course. What's the other things? 2 houses. Wasn't he talking about 2 houses? And he's living in a motel. Why is he living in a motel? Because it's too far away from their main house. Why did he have to buy a new laptop? Because they forgot to pack it. You know, come on. Why can't people see BS out there? So if he earned all that money, he should be buying businesses, right? He should be buying offline businesses for the rainy day to come, and the rainy day has come now. So I heard someone said he bought a franchise in McDonald's. That would be a good way to make money, wouldn't it? A part owner or something. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's another thing I saw pop up in Twitter comments at one stage. So I don't know if anyone out there can go and verify that or not. But they'll say it's his own personal business. But it just sort of makes out more lies, of course. Because he's lost all his income now. He should be panicking like crazy, but he doesn't seem to be, really. I think he could put up videos of him sitting around in the garden and people will watch it, you know. That's just crazy. Okay, we can close that one down. So let's have a look at round this thing off of Third Phase and UFOman. Let's have a quick look at the videos. Looks like I'm not going to get onto MUFON. Bought a nice motorcycle. Oh yeah, I forgot about the motorcycle. And of course all the fancy cakes and that fancy watch. That can't have been true. The custom watch. Wow. So yeah, that's just on advertising money. We're not talking about the donations and the t-shirt sales. Now you got to add all that on top. So I think he was doing pretty good. And as people seem to forget, we know that he tried to buy off Lion's Ground, and we know he bought off UFO Proof. So he kind of wants to buy off all his negative sayers out there. But he knew not to try it with me because he would be outed. Can't buy off a Kiwi that easy. Who else is he giving money to? I bet he's giving a lot of money to lots of things. And I'm also suspect that he's bought subs as well. Remember, his subs were slowing down. It was like at 700,000 subs, and it wasn't seeming to be growing much. He was so desperate to get that golden play button. Suddenly it went from... I was watching it on a daily basis just to see how it was growing. And it went like 300 subs a day. And suddenly it's exploded to, overnight, to 5,000 subs a day. And I thought, hang on, something weird's going on here. And it started being random, like 3,000 to 5,000 subs a day, and it went on for quite a long time, probably a year. And when you look into click farms, that's exactly what they do. You buy 1 million subs, which I don't know what it costs. It costs probably $100,000. Go to the criminal outfits that do it, and they get people to join their membership to earn some money. So they pay them a percentage for joining each of the channels out there, and act like a real person. And that's how these click farms work. So yeah, I think he bought some subs to try and get that play button, and he saw he didn't get into trouble. So that was a big risk if he did that, because if Google detected that, which clearly they didn't, he would have had his channel closed down straight away. So obviously click farm detection is not that perfect still, but I still think that's what he's done. And when he did the Angry Truth Seeker business, where it turned out that he got caught out that it was actually his own account, that he was trolling himself to try and make it a sub-story, that he's been attacked by people, just like he currently is doing at the moment, which is nonsense. That go to Patreon now and sign up and start donating. And then what happened after that? He went on a beach holiday and then started not submitting videos each week. You know, it's just hilarious. So what's these drips up to Third Phase? They're the next biggest so-called UFO channel. And where did we get to last time with them? So we looked at that one there, and we looked at this thing out in space. I can't remember what I said it was now. What's that one? You wouldn't believe unless you see this. Oh yeah, I think we did that one. TR3B. I'm not sure if we did that one. Let's have a quick look. Oh, looks like we might have. What was that one again? Oh yeah, a solar balloon made out of trash bags. The TR3, guys. So what is it? One. What's this one? That looks like a fishing line, is it? Reflecting the sun. Wow, guys, nice fishing line. Another hoax, probably. Okay, so I think we did look at that one. What's the next one? Moon base. I think we looked at that one too, didn't we? We'll just go from. Okay. A P1900 with a telephoto. What was that one again? Something in the dark side of the moon here. I think it was. There's the dark side of the moon here. Although it looks like we're looking at the edge, we're not. This is actually on the moon. So that's probably the edge of the moon there. Was that a star that's behind it? Was it a satellite that's being lit up by the sun as well? More than likely. I don't think it's a balloon, it's not moving fast enough. Keep it steady, mate. That's where you use a tripod. Looks like a star, doesn't it? Not moving like a satellite. There's a UFO, guys. Bollocks. Okay, what's the next one? Looks like we might have looked at this one too. Alright. Atmospherics. Ice crystals with city lights. Yep, so we looked at that one too. What's the next one? NASA, which turned out to be the satellite. What did we call it? Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. Star something satellite. Is that the one? Oh no, that's a laser beam one. Laser beam one, which I showed you that they actually do laser beam experiments in space. But who knows? That could be just a reflection behind on the window of some LED sensor on a panel. So, yep, they're just putting up any garbage, really. What's this one? I think we did that one too. And here we go, they're promoting a fraudster. David Wilcox, as I like to call him. He's full of cocks. Okay, he's certainly full of crap. Now, the thing is, why are they still promoting this guy that's been outed on Gaia? I've gone over it many times. The producer said that they told him that everything they talk about was made up story and suckering in the UFO field. And yet they're still promoting these guys as being knowledgeable and truthful on insider information. So it's just another promoting these talking heads, liars. And I've just got a load of stupid little pictures up as they're talking. So that one's a waste of time. And what's this one here? What was spinning? Did I miss something? You got done by an online hookup. Most of those are scammers though, aren't they? That's what happened to, apparently, Tyler. Tinder. Columbus court case. Court report, I mean. Not a court report. Police report. Go and look it up. The link's posted on my Twitter account. See if you think it's him. I think it is. It is on Reddit. So yeah, we got to another few weeks. 11th of June, I mean, will be the next court date for him. Of course, he doesn't talk about his court dates, does he? He's too busy dealing with blackmail. No, I don't think so. Oh, look, here he is. Blake Cousins. What's he yapping about? Don't know if I can stand his voice. Shows up around the world with incredible equipment.
Infamous spots for UFO sightings. Mount Shasta. What did Francisco capture before multiple eyewitnesses in awe? They see something that they can't explain.
Well, show us the footage then. Is that it? It's obviously night vision. Looks like the International Space Station going across the sky. No. Why did it fade out? Coming back in again. Yeah, so it is interesting. Looks like it's moving away, whatever it is. But why is it fading like that?
If you look closely, the sky becomes active. Multiple objects appear.
Bueno chicos, entonces vamos a descansar, ¿bien? Nos encontramos aquí a las 10 de la mañana. Buenas noches.
Of course, there's no apps, and this is where you need apps again. Could easily be a satellite spinning that's moving away. Could be a rocket launch. Could be anything, really. These things moving around. Again, it could be just planes. In night vision, you're not going to see the blinking lights. Why is that glowing like that? Lightning storm? Yeah, I'd have to see a lot more data on this one.
Earlier today,
I'd like to see the apps used. Okay, so it looks like we got a lot of dead pixels on his screen here. The black blobs. Stupid music, we'll get rid of that. Okay, are they simply birds or bats flying around? Is that the SpaceX or satellites going across that way? It's hard to know. I think we've got a combination of things happening. I really hate these type of videos. They don't do any analysis. They don't show what position, where they're looking. So it means nothing. Could be planes, birds, bats, satellites. And why they're fading is interesting there though. But it could be it's suddenly losing heat signature for some reason. It might be something that's spinning. Maybe it's like a hot air, well, not a hot air balloon, like a Mylar balloon that's hot on one side and not on the other side, and it's just spinning around, and then it loses connection with it, and it's still floating out. So yeah, interesting footage, but it's meaningless without doing proper analysis on it. A lot of things happening there. But that's the sort of thing other researchers could do. Get multiple cameras, try and record as much as possible. Flight paths. I say that's what they're trying to at least do on Skinwalker Ranch, right? They at least got multiple cameras up. They've got various different kind of cameras also. And they also got flight radar up as well, so they know what if any aircrafts are passing. Of course, Mylar balloons are not going to be on any sort of maps though, and can be misleading. So what's the next one here? Space Force. So that's going to be Corey Good, isn't it? Oh, Donald Trump. Oh, right, this stupid thing. Look at this. UFO. Yeah, United States of America. What is it? Space Force. You know, a couple of letters from the roll-up. UFO. How ridiculous. Here we go. Now, why would you put up on the UFO channel that? If you just want to say, oh, this is just funny, you know, like a funny thing. Why are they just repeating it? Why don't they just make it static? Oh, right, because they want to show the UFOs that's unfolding. What rubbish is he saying?
Above what we have in our assets. We're looking at this, and some people might speculate that this is some kind of subliminal message that's being delivered. UFO Navy. But what's your thoughts here?
Subliminal.
Yeah, this was a setup. It was intentional as far as I'm concerned. Usually when something like this is
That was a
unveiled,
setup,
there's no
guys.
mistakes. And what we're seeing right now is an unfolding of UFO, straight up, subliminally to the people. A wing.
These guys must be scraping the bottom off the barrel, right? This is why we look at Third's face, so we can have a good laugh at them. This is silly even for this channel. Yep, I believe so as well. Might be reaching on this one, in my opinion. I think they're just unfolding a flag. Hey, at least someone's observing. Laughing my ass off. It wasn't even held in the UFO position. Oh, this is stupid, isn't it? I suppose they got lots of views on it today. Oh, look at that. Nice 46,000 views. And look, 2.3 thousand people liked it. Let's just put a downvote on it. Just to make money it is. What next? Analyzing the poo from Trump. Oh, is that a cigar-shaped UFO that he's hiding? Sorry. We're getting down to their level now. Stupid, isn't it? What do you think of that one, guys? Oh, you didn't say anything downside. You say you didn't like my cigar-shaped UFO that Trump's hiding. You got no sense of humour, you lot. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Is that Corey Good they're promoting now? The big fraudster. Oh yes, they're definitely changed, guys. Yes, they're definitely cleaned up their act. No.
And also a RICO lawsuit. And I won't go into the details. This is not the proper
Oh, he's
venue.
being
If anyone
sued.
wants to look into it, they can just look up my name and RICO lawsuit.
It's interesting. Some of the situations we've been dealing with right here at Third Phase of Moon has been very difficult. We're dealing with challenges as well, getting the information out and people trying to shut the information down. We've won a couple battles just recently. We're going to get into some more details a little bit later.
Oh, there's such BS's. If I could click that a million times, I would. Okay. These people are sucking into it. They don't see that these guys are just con men. I've watched Good, Wilcock Greer Third, and others for decade. You poor bugger. It's all true. It's all amazing. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Third Phase of the Moon. Keep up the good work. Oh, you poor guy. The skies have been really busy. Formations, weird looking jellyfish. Clouds dropping something. Thank you, Corey. Good, great video. Looking forward to the new technologies. Which will probably be deep fake videos that we have to deal with. We need more from Emery Smith. Went to the First Amendment. What makes people like him experts? How could they talk with such certainty? Now, someone might have a rational brain there. Until no proof, no need to listen. Good one. You might have stamped that across the banner page of Third Phase of the Moon then. Laughing my ass off. How can you take a man that sits in front of a green screen with a hull of a spaceship seriously? This guy is a con man. You want evidence? Well, I have plenty to show how this man and the entire disclosure movement is a CIA-controlled false flag. Well, they're con men, but I don't know if that's part of CIA. Good job, guys. Love Corey Good. You poor soul. 100% gory, Corey, gory. QAnon fan there. So you can see it's mostly conspiracy people that are sort of getting sucking into these people. David Weircock. It's full of crap. He's full of space logs. Okay. End of night funnies. Look at this pompous git, you know.
People want to stay away from you. They don't want to do business with you, but it's been quite the opposite. We've had people approaching us like crazy. Our online course at acceleratingascension.com is doing well.
$2,000 a head.
So we still have a lot of support. This is just a this is an actual operation to bring down.
It reminds me of Tom Cruise on Scientology, right? Comes across. This is the sort of thing they would be doing. It definitely is a cult out there. Now, he's trying not to laugh at the guy. You can see the little smirk on his face, right, all the time. I've gone past it now. We'll get to him again. Look at him. He's trying not to burst out laughing, old Blake cousin. He knows it's all BS. Look. He's thinking this guy is complete craziness, but I'm gonna make let's see, what is it? I'm gonna make 60 times 4 ads maybe. No, he's gonna make $100 out of this stupid interview.
Times faster than what we've had in our previous assets. Do you think it is coming to a pinnacle point in regards to the information trying to get out, that they're having a harder time to keep it hidden?
Well, I mean, it is coming to a pinnacle. They've had at least 5 different levels of secret space program going on for many decades. That's what I was a part of. Now,
bullshit. That guy's disinformation. Right, okay, let's just carry on to the next one. Oh no, it's back to the something else that's stupid looking, is it? Who's that guy? Now, let's quickly have a look. Oh.
I think it's important to get the information out.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and not yesterday, the day before.
You know, insight to energy.
They got insight to energy.
Couldn't understand it all, and
so it's just like a fill-in episode with various interviews patched together, by the looks of it.
And what they're really
just to make some money. See, not too many views on that one, but still, let's see, $50. That's money in the bank. 50 US.
Welcome back, Third Phase.
I suppose if you look at $50 US and you break it out to minimum wage, what's that in America now? 10-minute video for 3 hours work, maybe, is it? It's not bad going.
Someone from the star system of Arcturus, because they're made up of many different races from around the universe.
So he's got some other crackpots on, is it? Claiming
different DNA. For instance, like the Zetas, the Zeta Reticulars, don't they routinely come and take...
And that's Dr. J, isn't it? So they got the Dr. J interview permission to promote it, I suppose. I always thought that was Blake Cousins putting on a fake voice. I always thought Dr. J was them guys faking it. But yeah, they all sound a bit strange, don't they?
Take our DNA and merge it with theirs too?
It sounds like he's almost going through a filter. Let's see if we can make him sound a bit better.
Well, I mean, all the species have our DNA.
Go on, where's Dr. J?
Dan Aykroyd says,
I want to know if we make it 300 years from now.
He sounds normal there.
Or do we kill ourselves? And that's something that I worry too, because we're playing with technologies
that literally can wipe us off the face of this planet and wipe other species, genomes, and other types of life forms on this planet. So again, and I also want
to if that's his real voice there.
About the different sectors and races using different DNA. For instance, like the Zetas, the Zeta Reticulars, don't they routinely come and take our DNA and merge it with theirs too?
So this tool makes it a lot easier to listen to people.
Have our DNA. It's not just the Zeta Reticuli. You know, there's always a harvesting going on. A lot of the deals that were made back in the day with the presidents and many countries with different ET races had to do with allowing them to come here and you know, take samples of tissues and samples of plant life and animal life to preserve it and to enhance it, and to do whatever in exchange for technology. Now, we kind of got too smart for...
Okay, so there's no evidence. It's just what a lot of people keep saying, that the government made a deal, blah, blah, blah.
You know, there was a great corporation down in Crestone, Blue Water Alchemy, that is no longer there, that after we tested it.
Yeah.
I get that question. We go on forever and ever and ever. This is a brief time that we have all kind of.
So yeah, it's just like a silly interview. Another whistleblower. I wonder if it's Tyler. And lastly, we've got UFOman, but I think I might have to kill the stream now. It's 3.5 hours, and these guys probably want dinner or something. What's the time over there, Susan? I think I've got through most of the stuff today. So Dallas is 8:20 p.m. I suppose that'd be cutting into your evening shows now, would it? New York getting up there. California getting into tea time or dinner time. UK gone to bed. Australia coming up to lunchtime. And Moscow still in bed. Okay. So, yeah. Do we have a quick look at UFOman one? Just finish them off. I suppose we can. Oh look, he's got that one up. He's got the advertising balloon one. Surprise, surprise. We don't have to do that one then. He's got this thing here. Shot down over Brazil. This is Brazil. We don't actually see the video of that one, so let's have a look what he's got there. It looks like something shiny, like a top of. Oh, yep. There's a planet out of focus. Venus, probably. So where's the button one? Where is it? It looks like a shiny button, but it might not be. Could be internal camera reflection, right? Is what I was thinking. That one there, where's that from?
And here is the footage. Check it out.
And what are we looking at here? Looks like something on the lens. Reflection. But why are they overlaying? Why are they overlaying the Google map of that roof reflection? That's not the same thing, is it? What the hell is it? What are we looking at here? Looks like a tree line. And what's that there? They're trying to say that's a UFO. But why does it move with the camera? Now, what is it? Something stuck on the camera lens? It looks like they've done some enhancements there. Oh no, let's stick that through the editor. It's got me interested now. Trying to figure out what it is. It's definitely not a UFO, we know that much. So I'm going to have to go bottom up. What do you think on that one, guys? What does it look like? A clear button? A silver button? How's the audio going still anyway? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, it sounds alright this end. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Trust UFOman to do a thing on it though. He hasn't actually debunked it though, he's just put it up there, right? Hasn't got any alternative explanations for it. That it must be actually true. It's actually a UFO crash. Is it like a plastic lid? Let's see. Where's my thing? Bang, don't save it. The colours don't look right either, does it? Something off about the whole thing. Certainly got a lot of colours. The computer's plugging now. Could it be a glass marble? Or water droplets? I don't. Droplet would be able to focus unless it was on a piece of glass in front of the camera. Starting to see the other side of the shape now. Looks like a glass bead almost. Looks like it's transparent there. What could it be? It's out of focus, that's for sure. Where did they get the footage from? That's the question though. Did they film it, or was it something from Google Earth? Was it one of those ice crystals that's on the outside cover glass panel to the plane that's flying? Because it's camera inside a little cubby hole, and of course if moisture forms, they get these blurry little objects on the images sometimes, and they have to clean it off. Let's see, photo sharpener. Give it a Google. Looks like a I can't quite read that, what it says here. Fishing. What the hell's that? Early comment. I should have added it in my early comment. Trashed it. Google trashed it. I'm not sure what you mean. Let's see if the CPU will hold up. Laptop is lagging. Says there's only 20% CPU, but I was telling lies. I think it could be a water droplet on the lens. Not on the lens itself, but maybe on a window they're filming through. It looks like it. It's definitely not a UFO though. If that's a UFO, they're certainly strange, and that's the case because you can see through them. Could it be a clear plastic balloon filmed from a wee bit of distance away? That's what it could be. It could be one of those clear balloons as well. I don't know. Where did the video come from? Did it come from Google or did it come from the guy filming it? So it could be one of those clear helium balloons. Clear helium balloons. That's what it kind of looks like. That you can put LED lights in. There you go. One of these suckers. Kind of looks like the same kind of reflections you would get, right? On that image. It is South America after all. The balloon capital of the world. But yeah, you can see the reflections there on them. Looks very similar. This one's got confetti in. See how they're reflecting there. With the right light, you can make it shine out a wee bit more. So yeah, so I don't know about it being a glass button or plastic button. I think it's just a light play on a clear sphere of some sort. Water droplet, helium balloon. Is that Google Earth looking down at the planet though, or was that looking at a tree line there? I don't know. Is it from this image here? Doesn't make sense though. Is that the edge of it here? And that's the water or something there. I don't know. Looks, can't see that same color blue in that image. If it was. See, that even looks like an alien head there, right? You see that? That little area there looks like Pinky. Pinky the alien. See that? It's got two black eyes. There's an alien hiding in Google Earth. That's pareidolia for you. Anyway, moving on. I think these guys probably think it's probably on that image there, which means it's probably one of those water droplets that you often see from time to time in Google Images. Okay, so it can't be a button in that case. Why is it not zooming out? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Gotcha. Trust the stranger on the internet. Don't worry, it's a odd word, but it's a commercially available product. Okay, I'll look it up. We're here to learn. Is it Japanese? I probably can't even spell it. I forgot how to spell it now. I should cut and paste it, I suppose. Fashinji. Sounds Japanese. Is that the one they put in pot plants? Little jelly things. Is that the ones? I thought we were going to get some pictures on. Right. So what is it? Right, so yeah, I suppose it's possible it could be something like that, a glass thing, yeah. So I've got it up close to the camera and filming through it. Levitating as seen on TV. Have we got any ads that we can watch? I mean, well, a safe one. Commercial. I wonder if we can use it without Google getting upset. Explained. See, you got us sidetracked now, haven't you? It's all your fault. How old are these things? Almost 2 million views on this thing. Wow. I'm in the wrong business. There's no money in UFO videos. So that would be if she had 3 ads on it, or at least 2 ads on it. That'd be like $2,000 in the pocket there. Even with ad blocker. It doesn't. What year was it? I can't see a year number. I was looking for a year number. 5 years ago. Okay. Let's skim it, I suppose.
Hey everyone, this is a Fushigi ball, and I'm here to show you kind of how it works and give a little explanation to it. Starting off, sorry, it's not gonna just float on its own. It's just a regular ball in a sense. What you do with it can give it the appearance that it's floating. What I'm doing is called contact juggling, and it's been around since the 1980s. It was developed by a performance artist by the name of Michael Motion, and if you've ever seen the movie The Labyrinth, it was Michael Motion's hands that were actually stuck through David Bowie's costume.
Good movie, by the way.
There are performers out there today who've been doing this for, some of them, 20, 30 years, and it does take some time, effort, and practice to really be able to do a lot of these moves. I've been contact juggling for almost 3 years now. And
yeah, so we won't go through the whole video. So, is it glass or is it plastic though? Didn't explain it there. I suppose if it's glass it would be too heavy. Magic gravity ball is a scam. And that must be a more recent one.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Forget that. Let's keep on going. Oh, terrible. What's Google doing? So, is he going to show why it's a scam? Or is this a talking head? Contact juggling. Yeah, he's going to be another talking head. Oh, this is terrible.
Because if you move the ball around even a little bit, you've destroyed the illusion that we're creating. Now, we've taught you the steps of up, side, and twist. You can actually do it in reverse and still have the illusion. You can move all around as long as the ball remains stationary. And that's our UFO.
Oh, UFO, there you go. So it's an optical illusion. Clever. Well, that was worth a side look at it anyway. We all learn something on this channel. Shiny metal ball. Doesn't look like a metal ball. Acrylic. Side acrylic ball. Ah, right. Okay. Because it looks through otherworldly. Yeah, it does look. That's why they call it UFO ball, because it's actually got a rim there. But I think that might be an optical illusion, because it looks like The outside is clear and the inside is more milky or silver. So yeah, we'll get rid of that. Do we save UFO Man for another day? Let's have a look at one more, I suppose. We'll keep up with the bullshit he's peddling here. If Google will let us play it. So what do we got here? Angular black UFO plane. He's Mr. Caps. He still hasn't got through his condition there. He's got a known thing called cap disease. So it's filmed in a car. Straight away suspicious. Can't keep it straight. And we're meant to take this as a serious UFO video. Ah, here we go. Finally a spot on the window. Good one. Is that it? A bird flying? I don't know. What crap we have to put up with from UFO Man. Is it a bird? Or is it a jet flying overhead? Or is it none of those? Piece of black thing stuck to the window of the car. Out of focus. Is it a bird flapping the wings there? Of course, we don't know if it's been slowed down, slow motion. Have we got the original footage? What the hell is it? It's definitely not a black triangle, is it? Ugh. I wouldn't waste too much time on that one, that's for sure. My friend. Disclosure screen, the Grim Reaper, is it? A Green Reaper. And of course it won't go to the video clip, it will go to his channel. Which is another thing these frauds do. And of course they won't have a link to the source. There you go, not to the video. Disclose screen. See, even that name sounds like BS. So is that the one there? Flying saucer, is it? No. What a load of rubbish that people put up. So whereabouts is it? I don't know. Well, it's all the fakes. CGI, still got that up, making, what, 10,000 views? Makes you sick, doesn't it? It's a CGI known fake. 30k subs as well. Unbelievable. I'll tell you what, truth is no money. There's no money in being a truthful channel. It's just ridiculous. Oh look, UFO cloud. That's ridiculous. And very dubious fakes by the looks of it as well. What's that one there? 3 credible sightings. Hoaxes, maybe. Anyway, wrap up on this one. Already I'm starting, my blood pressure's going up watching these guys. They're really annoying me. Stupid sound effect there. Come on. Show us this amazing footage. Space rubbish.
Yo,
Yeah, it could,
with the scroll screen.
of course, it could have been one of those flying kites that have the black outline. It could easily have been that in the previous video that we're looking at.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everybody's cool.
Oh no, it's a bomby git. Oh, sorry. His voice straight away rubs me the wrong way.
It's maybe a kite, and I can see exactly where they're coming from, no doubt about that. The shot starts off with a perfect zoom on the object, and it's only when the
Could it be a kite? It looks like a kite.
camera zooms out you have a clear perspective of how high this object is and how far in the distance it is in the
Oh, that's ridiculous. It looks like a kite, doesn't it? 3 red things underneath. Oop.
sky. To me, this kind of rules out the possibility of a kite. I used to fly kites as a kid and I never got a kite to do this. It has some extreme altitude, and the higher the kite, in my own personal experience, means more turbulence. This just looks...
Where's the claim of it being high altitude? How can you tell altitude? Where's the far away shot from the building roof? Where is it? Is that it? Now, what if it's a kite that's broken away? It'll certainly keep going upwards.
And one as recent as yesterday, the 10th of September. But this first sighting was observed over Madeline, February 10th.
See, that doesn't look too high up in the sky to me. Okay, so what else we got? So this guy is trying to mislead, I think. What are we looking at now?
Ubicarlo, allá está. Estático, totalmente estático, no se mueve.
Alright.
Nada,
That's the
no se
kite.
mueve.
So we got a far away shot finally. Okay, let's just have a look.
Viendo. Pasó en el cielo total. Eso.
You gotta remember, kites don't have to be on a string. They can be RC kites now. Where's the
So I
far
will
away
be
shot?
back in my own...
Where's the pan away shot that we had? There. Okay, so whereabouts is it? Is it flying on top of that building there? Those high rises here. Let's see where she pants zooms into, because I can't see it there. So it's heading towards that sky, this building here.
Ubicarlo, allá está.
Okay, so it's up near that patch of sky there. So let's bring it back a bit. That patch of sky there. Gone too far now. The thing is, we can't see buildings past that one there. I think it's possible to be flying a kite from that building there, up that high. And they've probably got a camera on it, so they're looking down, so they're getting a city view, probably. Let's on to the next one. Okay, what's that? Edge of a house or bird thing?
Nina, come look.
What are we looking at? Edge of a house. A blue UFO, are we looking at? Some balloons in the distance. There we go. It could be anything really, couldn't it?
Oh my God, Nina, UFO.
South American, is it? So we got no reference point. Is that him moving it around, or is it moving around? How big is it? There we go. Keep it still, mate.
Nina, come look.
No, it's not that far up. Could it be just a plane flying around the sky there? That's what it looked like. Now, why is he going over here? That doesn't make any sense. Looked like it was a little white aircraft flying away. The up and down motion is him moving. Yeah, look.
Nina,
It's a plane. Looks like it's coming down lower and lower all the time. Oh well. So that's amazing footage, is it? Where's the third one? That must be it here. So what's amazing about this one? Was it playing? Don't seem to be doing anything. That looks like a... hate to say it, but it looks like a piece of garbage in the sky. Could it be a weather balloon? Looks like it's changing shapes. Keep it still, you dork. Looks like it's rotating. Could be a weather balloon. Well, we just wasted another 6 minutes of our life there. Yeah, I'll wrap it up there. That one there could also be a kite, of course, out of focus. One of those bird kites. Seems to have that same regular design there. You know, I could look it up. Probably better get a match for it actually. But I won't bother. Better get moving. I'll let these guys go for the rest of 4 hours. That's a long one. We might just come back to some of those videos. I might just leave it there for another day. Oh, what happened there? There's a lot of stuff that happened there. Okay, we need to clean out the garbage again. And I'll just say goodnight. Let these guys get on with the rest of your evening. Thanks for joining us. I'll just say goodnight here. If my arm will let me, it's gone to sleep. Oh, thanks for joining and commenting, liking, and do promote. And Susan, thank you for helping out. Yellow bits of where it connects to the strings. Yep, space rubbish. Yep, 3 strings would keep it. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Hey, thanks guys. It's good to have some people that actually got some critical thinking. More and more people joining me here. It means a lot. Finally, we might get to the bottom of what the real UFOs are. We got tomorrow with Robert. I haven't really looked at what cases we're doing, but I'll put up a queued episode for it. So we'll be looking at some other real UFO stories, hopefully. And oh, what's happened to Google? It's dropping out quite a bit here. Are you getting the circulating thing happening? It's kind of weird. I'll move that out the way. I'll say goodnight and kick off this before it all crashes. I shouldn't joke about such things. Good night from New Zealand. Good night, Kiwi. Shutting down the studio. We're in the Matrix. Did we take the red pill or the blue pill?